Hello, and welcome to the third Classic Dungeon Speed competition. My name is Duranasaur, and today we are going to be running a full STRATHOLME for $500 as the prize pool, and we're going to see some of the fastest full STRATHOLMEs you've ever seen, which means we're going to see some of the fastest live strats you've ever seen, and some of the fastest dead strats you've ever seen. So, welcome. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I am happy to have you here. I am very excited. I know that we're going to see some incredible runs today. If anyone has been able to check out our Discord and see what people have posted on the leaderboards, this is going to be an exceptional day. Exceptional. Thank you, Uncle, for the resub. So, let's get into this a little bit. Oh, before I do that, I do want to say my co-host today, Shrek, is going to be joining us a little bit later. He is actually participating today in the competition, but he's the first team to go, so it's not like he's going to get any sort of unfair advantage. So he will actually be in that first team that runs. So after that, he will be joining me here, and he's going to be able to provide even more insight into the runs today because he will have actually just done them. So once he gets here, I will have my co-host with me. Until then, it's just me here flying solo with all of you fine people. I would also like to do a big shout out to our sponsor today. You'll see stuff pop up in chat as we're going, but I'll also throw this out there. Our sponsor today is warcrafttavern.com. So warcrafttavern.com, it's a website that's built by people who love WoW Classic for people who love WoW Classic. So they have guides, they have tools, they have forums and resources. They have everything you would need. It's sort of a one-stop shop website for WoW Classic everything, with links to different resources throughout. And they are currently gearing up for TBC. So they are in this shift into having all of those same resources for TBC, and their goal is to have everything up and running here shortly, and even some special resources that seem to be missing out there on the internet. So I'm very excited to be partnering with them. I'm very appreciative of them helping sponsor this event. Everything that I've been doing on here has been mostly from you guys, viewers and everything, and from me out of my own pocket. So having them come and help out, just like it gives this whole event a big oomph that's needed. So very appreciative of them. Check out warcrafttavern.com. So we are going to move ahead here a little bit. So the rules for today's competition. It's a 5-man dungeon team. Every buff is allowed. So we're going to see teams come in here fully world buffed, which is just another reason for me to give a big shout out to all these teams. Every team that's participating today, they are taking the time and the effort to get fully world buffed for this competition. They're fully consuming. They are probably spending hours and hours practicing, I think at least some of them. So the teams are going out of their way to participate in this. They are potentially going to be compensated with a cash prize, but I'm super appreciative of all these teams that have signed up, and I'm just super excited to be able to keep doing these. These events are a ton of fun, and I need people to sign up to do them. So thank you guys for signing up. The next rule, all consumables are allowed, like I said, except for Light of a Loon. That was one where we voted on it as a community in the Classic Dungeon Speed Discord, and based on the DM West competition that we had before, we decided to not allow Light of a Loon. That's sort of the only thing that's not really allowed. The run, like I said, is a full Stratholme. So the run requires you to kill both Baron Rivendare and Balnazzar. You can kill them in either order, doesn't matter, but the time for your run stops after the second one dies. So that's just something that hopefully we will see maybe some variety in which direction teams go. I have a sneaking suspicion that I know which way teams are typically going to go, but we might see something different. It'll all just come down to the live runs today. So if a team starts on the dead side, the run starts when that first gate opens. So when you first zone into dead side, it's just when that first gate opens, that's when their timer starts. If you start on the live side, this timer starts when you either pull the first group that you engage or when you cross over the threshold. So that's sort of just like the entryway. So that's just so that we have across the board and easy to understand, this is when your timer starts, this is when your timer ends. Which gets me to the next point. You must kill Balnazzar and Baron. That's how your timer ends, once both bosses have been killed. So those are the rules. Pretty basic, pretty bare bones. I'm just trying to keep them as simple as possible just so that we can actually see people push this as far as they can with basically no restrictions. That's been my goal for this competition, and I think it's going to shine today. So here's our schedule for today. Right now we are in the pre-event show. We're breaking down the rules and the teams at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. So here in about 25 minutes, we will have our first team going. So that's going to be hashtag sponsored by Mike's Hard Lemonade. Like I said, that's going to be my co-host Shrek's team. They are going to be a horde team. We'll actually get into all the teams and their different comps here in a little bit. And then at noon, we have Baja Blast sort of continuing our drink trend. And then we have Zoo, Legalized Plague Bloom, Danger Dolls, Mega, Return, which some of you may recognize that name from private servers. And then Nelf Male Pumpers. And then at 3:30, we are going to hopefully, depending on the team's availabilities, have an interview with the winning team. And we'll go over closing statements and all that stuff. So that is our schedule for today. Each of those time blocks does give us probably some time in between each run to dissect them a little bit, to talk about what they did well, what they didn't do well, and maybe give us some more time to pump that sponsorship information. So it's gonna be packed. It's gonna be fun. Here are some more detailed information on the different teams. So like I said, this first team, thank you for the follow. This first team going today, team hashtag sponsored by Mike's Hard Lemonade. Team 1, it's a 3 warrior, 1 mage, 1 shaman group. So if you want to watch the team live, we have their stream listed right here. So twitch.tv/DrPhilX. That is actually my co-host Shrek. So if you want to watch their perspective live, you can do that. I'm obviously going to have it played through this stream. So you can also just hang out here and I'll play them all. But if you do want to go and watch from their perspective, you can do that as well. So it's Ragermeister, Shrek, I Just, Chromagus, and Grumpy. So that's not quite the full melee stack team that I kind of anticipated, and we'll see later on. Well, you can already see Team 2 and Team 3 are 4 warriors and a shaman. So this first team, bringing that mage, we'll see what they do with that mage to make it worthwhile. Team number 2, Baja Blast, like I said, 4 warriors, 1 shaman. Their twitch.tv/honeybadger_wow. This team is actually from my guild, which might give them an unfair advantage. It might not. I don't think it will. But they are that patented melee stack. Team 3, Zoo. Twitch.tv/ReladaXD. Sorry about that. Another 4 warrior, 1 shaman stack. So another patented horde Zug stack. The fourth team is our first. Oh no, sorry, that's still another horde stack. Still another 4 warrior, 1 shaman melee cleave. Twitch.tv/unholyarmy of 1. And then the fifth team is our first alliance team, and that's going to be 3 warriors, a rogue, and a paladin. And then they are on twitch.tv/blot270. And I think they are actually a German team, so they might be our first EU team. Team 6 is Mega. I believe this is another alliance team. 3 warriors, a priest, and a hunter. So I'm excited to see what they do with the hunter as someone who plays hunter, and that has talked to a lot of hunters, at least the one hunter from my guild, about these speedrun events. It seems like there are opportunities for hunters to do some pretty crazy, pretty unique things in order to help skip trash or solo different parts of the run. So I'm excited to see what they do with that. They actually have 2 people streaming, so twitch.tv/the and then twitch.tv/ShellyD. And then that brings us to our final 2 teams. Team 7, Return. This is an alliance team. They are also doing 3 warriors and a mage, but they have a priest healer instead of that first team. They were a shaman healer, so we'll see how this goes with an alliance squad versus a horde squad. Having that one mage, we'll see how it does anything. Thank you, Car. Team 8, Night Elf male pumpers. We've got 3 warriors, a rogue, and a paladin, which is the exact same comp as one of our earlier alliance teams. So we'll see. We'll see what they're able to do. It seems like a lot of these teams might be going sort of the more of a Zug route and less of a mind route, I guess, less of a thought route. We'll just have to kind of wait and see what they're able to do with this. I'm excited because I just from the runs that have been posted on the leaderboards, I know that there's a lot of interesting things you can do if you utilize different consumables, different trinkets. I'm talking about invisibility. I'm talking about other methods of skipping trash. I think today is gonna be interesting. I think today is gonna be something that people have never seen before, especially if they haven't been in the Discord. So here's some information on the winners. So like I've been saying, it's posted everywhere, we're at a $500 total prize pool. I realized last night our last competition was only a $150 prize pool. So thanks to our sponsors, thanks to some anonymous donors, we're able to push this higher and higher. Hopefully continue to get more and more teams come just joining up. I know that the prize pool isn't everything, but it definitely helps people when you're talking about having to world buff for this competition, farm consumables for this competition, practice for this competition. So I think the more incentive I can put behind it, I think the more teams we're going to see and the higher caliber of teams we're going to see. And I think today we're going to see some incredible teams. So $500 total prize pool. That first place team is going to be making $300 USD, so that's $60 per person. Second place team $150, third place team $50. So 3 of these 8 teams are going to walk away with money today. The other 5 are going to walk away with a fond memory of today's activities, and hopefully inspiration for them to come back and compete again. The other thing is that the winning team is going to be immortalized as that's a second, but it's actually third contest champions in the Classic Dungeon Speed Discord. So I'm going to plug this as much as I can today. The Classic Dungeon Speed Discord, everything that we do in there has to do with Classic Dungeon speed runs. We are right now very much focused on Vanilla WoW, Classic WoW, the current version of the game that we're playing, but I am trying to ramp this up. Much like my sponsor, WarcraftTavern.com, I am moving towards TBC. I'm looking ahead towards TBC. I think that heroics are going to give us so much opportunity to continue these events and these activities. So I am incredibly excited for TBC. I know we got a lot of announcements yesterday. I know that there is still BlizzCon going on today, and that we might have people coming and going depending on, what the different panels are and everything. But I do want to emphasize that I am very excited about what is to come with Classic Dungeon speedrunning, with WoW Classic, with everything. So we will probably do some more competitions in Classic before TBC comes out. But once we move into TBC, I only expect things to get more exciting, to have more events happen, to just continue this train a-rolling. So stick with us. Join the Discord if you haven't yet. Maybe do some runs for fun. Maybe compete on the leaderboards. But just get excited about dungeon speedrunning. It's here. It's going to keep growing, and it's going to hopefully explode in TBC. I think from there, we will update the standing page as we go. So that's about everything that we have ready to go at the moment. We have about 15 minutes here before the first team goes, and I've been checking in on them to see if Shrek has his stream up and running yet. He does not currently. So I do want to take a little bit of time here to talk about the runs and the strategies that might get taken today, and maybe give you guys chat an opportunity to talk about what you think we might see today. We do have a question: if anyone in the group dies, are they done? So there's no hardcore element to this. We've seen it in the past in different runs. We've seen teams actually wipe and come back, and I think still place in the top 3. So just because someone dies or just because you wipe doesn't mean you're out of it. As these competitions have gone further and further, I know with the last competition, wiping basically meant you were out. We saw such a high level play in the Classic Dungeon Speed 2 event with DM West that I think there's a good chance with today's competition, if you have a full wipe, you're probably going to have a really, really hard time getting back into the top 3. But I think one-off deaths are totally fine. I think that you could probably lose, 1 or 2 people throughout your run and still be able to place in that top 3, just because I think so much of what you're doing has to do with the technical aspects of it and not necessarily how buffed you are, or how many consumables you've got up or anything like that. So while deaths, they are a hindrance, I don't think they're going to be the end-all be-all of your run. So we'll see as they go. I think that it'll become clear once we get into this, the difference in teams between those that are just doing some zug and trying to just move really fast, kill really fast. I think that those are going to be, that's going to be the normal trend. But I think that we're also going to see just a higher caliber, higher level of play that are doing more to save time, to push pace. Yes, Petri Flasks are allowed. All consumables except for Light of a Loon are allowed. So we might see some flasks today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see people actually using flasks. Like if people are actually like popping Titans popping, distilled wisdoms. I don't know if we're going to see anyone flash potting. I don't think it's super likely. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. But I think depending on how much these teams value that first place prize pool and also how much they value being immortalized forever, that we might see some crazy consumable usage. So we'll get into that. Hopefully we'll see some crazy stuff. Honey Badger is actually one of the team captains. So good morning, Honey Badger. And I know we just got a bunch of follows. I think some of those are also competitors for today. So welcome, guys. Let's, I hope you guys are all ready. I hope you guys are all well practiced. Yeah, thank you guys for the follows. Just tuning in. Yes, welcome. We are getting in here. I might be spilling some of your guys' secrets here just a little early. I'm not trying to, but I think it's going to be a really fun day. And I think that if anyone wants to, even in this 12 minutes that we have left, if you go into the Classic Dungeon Speed Discord and you go to the live strat leaderboards, you can watch a live strat get done in under 5 minutes. So that's just a little bit of a teaser there. If you want to see an undead strat, you can go and I think you can see an undead strat done in about 8 minutes. So in the time remaining until runs start, you could actually go and watch the potential full strat run from separate teams. I know, Vic Vega, here to watch Wind Fury procs, not explanation. Fucking send it. We're getting ready. We're getting close. I know that some of the teams are even still doing PTR runs, this morning, whatever it is, morning, afternoon, evening. So some of them are in there right now. I think that's what our first team is actually doing right now. All gas, no brakes. Yes, so they're getting closer. As soon as that first team is ready, I'm ready. I don't know if they're in here listening, but we can easily jump in and get their run going a little bit early if they want to. While they are getting things set, let's see here. We'll get this going. I wish our team could have competed today, but the ice storm shifted our raid schedule. Yeah, I know that there were a lot of complications with different people being able to make it today. I do appreciate there were a few teams that signed up that ended up not being able to compete, and I just want to emphasize to those people, like, come do the next one, go check out the leaderboards, maybe just compete on the leaderboards, whether you're competing for money or just like getting together and running dungeons. Like, that's really what I wanted this whole community to be about, was to put an emphasis on running dungeons on your mains with full gear, to push pace, to push strategy, to see what you were capable of. That was all my whole intent behind doing the Classic Dungeon Speed community. And these events were supposed to kind of fuel into that. And I think sort of the opposite is happening, where these events are taking the focal point, which I think is great. I think it's wonderful that people are getting excited about these dungeon runs, about being able to compete for, a prize pool, for a Discord role, all those things. And the goal is that, as we continue on into TBC, it becomes maybe a little bit more than that. I'd like us to get a website and leaderboards and other things that make it feel more official. Maybe our own Warcraft log style website, except, maybe with a little bit less hands-on approach, depending on how you guys view Warcraft logs. But I think it's going to be really exciting. I think it's going to be a good time moving into TBC. People are dropping buffs. Go get your buffs for your dungeon speedrun scuffed craft logs. So let me see here. Again, I'm pretty sure that they are actually running stuff today. So, or running PTR runs today. So there's a good chance that they are currently in the middle of a PTR run, just doing some extra practice. Oh, yeah. Sorry about the channel points, everybody. I know that there are a lot of regular Duranasaur viewers that were probably expecting to be able to come in here and pump some T-Rex roars. My apologies. I had to turn those off just for, the competition. I wanted to maintain the integrity of the competition, just so that so that we were able to do a cleanly executed event today. So it seems like, so they're finishing up a PTR run as we speak. Sanity of my channel. Exactly. Thank you, Doc Ock. Exactly. Trying to do KT from, oh my gosh. Yeah. We, I don't know if you guys all had problems with Discord. What was it? Thursday night. Hey, thank you for the bits. But our Discord went down for 10 of our 40 people, and so we basically, mine was still working, I was still streaming, people came into my chat to try to hear comms for our KT kill, and what inevitably ended up happening was everyone spammed T-Rex roars so that no one listening through the stream could actually hear anything. So that was a good reminder that I probably don't want to do that for this competition. Also, bit sounds are disabled. Yep, sorry guys. We're trying to do, trying to be a little bit more professional today. Hence the suit. This is a very high caliber event. In case you didn't notice, this is a $500 prize pool event sponsored by Warcraft Tavern. Check out warcrafttavern.com. They are one of our only main sponsor today. So go check them out, see what they've got going on. That's right, a hash or exclamation point sponsor in the chat. You can get the direct link right there. They are only going to ramp up with what they're doing for TBC. So if you are excited about TBC, if you need any information, resources, tools, forums, community, everything, they are trying to be this one-stop shop. So whether they personally have all this information on their site or they are able to link you to other sites that provide you with the same information, they are trying to be that one place for you to go for all of your resources. So please check them out, and continue to check them out, because I know that they are planning on releasing even more resources as we get closer. So toss a little, add it to your bookmarks, add it to your favorites, keep an eye on them. I bet Active Liz wouldn't even put that much. Oh man. If they only knew how amazing we were here. You've got a guy with a handlebar mustache and a mullet. You can't see the mullet, but it's there. In a suit, probably a full suit. You guys don't know. It could be any amount of suit, really. Just hosting dungeon speedrunning events. I'm out here just having fun with it, trying to do everything that I can. No pants under there. You guys will never know. You guys may never know. But wouldn't it make sense? Wouldn't it make sense for the guy with a mullet to maybe be rocking business up top and something else down below? Wouldn't it just make sense? All right, we are getting very close. Very, very close. I'm just waiting for some confirmation and for the stream to get up and running so that we can take you guys to them. We do have about 4 minutes here before we're able to get going with them. So, we do have a question in the chat. What type of considerations would go into setting rules for a version of this competition for lower level dungeons? That is a very good question. It's tough because you would probably have to set a level cap, and you'd probably have to set... I mean, you could just have it be free and open, right? You could say, you just have to be at this level or below, and that's it. But then I think what we would see is anyone who has twinks, they would just dominate, right? So it might be something where you maybe set it up so that the whole competition kind of has to happen within a time frame. So instead of saying hey, here's when the competition is, here's what it's going to be, here's what the restrictions are for level wise, go nuts. It might be something where we only let people know what it is, you know, a week in advance or something, so that you don't have you know, a month or whatever to actually go and tweak something out. Instead, you have this shorter period of time where your focus is mainly on getting leveled and maybe getting professions up, and not so much farming all of those like twink bis items. So that's something I know that, and I'll plug the hardcore community at the moment, because I don't know if you guys are familiar with the hardcore community, but it's leveling with a hardcore mode in classic WoW. So if you die, you delete. It's all solo self-found items, all that stuff. I know that they are planning on doing something with dungeon elements. So they do competitions, they do events, and it's usually just like a timed event, and it's how high of a level can you get within that time within the hardcore rule set. So there is that element to it. I think that, I think they're moving in a direction where it might be, hey, we, you know, within this time frame, or not even within this time frame, but on this day, you and a group of people, you start at level 1, you level up, and the winner of the competition is the first team to like run an RFC or run a Wailing Caverns or run a Dead Mines. And I think that puts a really interesting element into like combining hardcore leveling or leveling in general with dungeon speedrunning. Because it's, when you're talking about that, then it's how much time do you want to spend on professions, how much time do you want to spend on like trying to get certain quests done for gear rewards. It's definitely a different thing. I would love to host something like that, Bradley. I think that would be a ton of fun. I love hardcore. I am actively involved in hardcore, leveling hardcore, and obviously I love dungeons. So if we can put those two together, I would absolutely love to see that. PJ, I don't think so, PJ. Thank you for your input, PJ. All right, so we've got, let's see here. We are very, very close. I know that they are almost set up. It looks like they are working on getting their last person there. I am going to, while they are doing this, I'm going to quickly run to the restroom because I have been just pounding liquids this morning in order to be ready for you guys. So I'm gonna quickly do that, and then this first run will be starting here within a couple minutes. So I will be right back. And stay tuned for this first run to start in the Classic Dungeon Speedrun 3 Full Stratholme competition. All right, guys, we are getting there. We're getting close. I just need to get the team set up here. All right. We'll make sure their sound is up and running. So this is our first team. This is hashtag sponsored by Mike's Hard Lemonade. It looks like they're getting very, very close here. Once they
Do you want me to dampen or amplify magic, anybody?
We are going to be able to hear some of their comms, which is
I
very
don't think
exciting.
A lot of casters. So.
I love hearing comms.
All right, am I zoning in?
Yep.
Ready
I
to
just
log
think-
in as well?
I need you guys to know that my whole family's watching us on our big screen TV. This is pretty cute for me.
Do you need flask open tray? Oh, can you give me a?
All right.
Can you give me the?
We do have. I know Shrek's got his mom. He's gonna just be
Sorry, was that a call to log in?
pumping.
Yeah.
Grumpy's obviously
Yeah,
a very,
log
very
too,
well-geared
you
warrior as well. I know all these guys.
Find your
A couple of these
invis
guys are actually in my guild,
Oh,
so
good call.
this is gonna be personally extra exciting for me. These guys have, it looks like, full world buffs. You got Oni, ZG, Tribute, Rain, Songflower.
I'll use one.
He's got a Titans up. He's got
Can you give me,
Zanza. He's got
double?
Frost Protection Potion up. Looks like Shadow Protection Potion.
Read your hazard. And I could use Swift Spot and Titans.
Yeah. Open trade.
So they're getting ready. Getting some dumplings, getting some food buffs. So again, this team is this is 3 warriors, 1 shaman, and a mage. As you can see on the down on the bottom sort of left area there, you can see they've got their shaman is pink on his raid frames, but that is in fact a shaman.
Okay. Let me just double check my set.
I guess
I
I
think I'm
just
pretty
realized you're
good.
What'd you say, Grumpy?
I'll hit you with a. I'll hit you with a Juju in 30 seconds.
cool. I just realized you're in Fury for some reason. I thought you were in Fire.
I am in both.
Both, yeah.
I'm the
Okay.
polar. I'm the polar for LTO, and then I'm your healer in raid. in Fury.
Big
You
yikes.
talking?
All right. Oof,
Alright,
that
I
mace.
got 19 seconds on this, and then we'll pop it, and then we'll
We are about ready to go.
get your flash sets and whatnot ready.
He's got the timer there, sort of on the top right, near the map.
All right, 10-3 mana. Let's go.
I'm ready for the squad to pump. These guys are all super well geared. I know that every competitor today is going to be super well geared, but these guys should just
Alright,
slam
I'm
these
gonna open up.
mobs.
Ready?
Ready?
We'll be able to see, are they going live first? Are they going dead first?
All right, let's go.
He's having a hard time starting that timer.
3 times. Its timer's not working.
Okay,
Mine started.
no timer.
Sucks.
There was an effort.
In the corner,
That's okay. We'll figure that out after the fact. That just means we get to enjoy the run.
Lost my gnome costume.
So they're doing a giant pull here to start.
Getting dark.
Multiple packs.
Last sets.
Getting that flash set on. So these guys are going dead first. So this makes the most sense to
Magnus, you
me.
get the next door if you can.
We'll get to potentially talk about it as we go. Look at these flash sets. Look at these beautiful, beautiful warriors in their flash sets. Oh, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Popping that flask, getting the regular gear back on. Having maybe some trouble opening this
Alright,
gate.
Oh, you're.
Oh, man. The gate boss.
What is this thing?
Got a screecher.
Pull these in, including. See us that Banshee? See us that Banshee?
So they're moving in. Grabbing multiple packs here.
we got the
Lots
gold
and
spring
lots of
all in.
packs.
Get ready to sapper in 3, 2, 1.
Popping sappers. They're going to get another gargoyle here. Multiple gargoyles. Lots of incoming damage.
Rooted.
He's rooted.
We're pulling that
They're cleaning
Banshee,
this
we're
up
going
easy.
straight
So
to,
this is an interesting
straight,
point
let's
in
go
a lot
straight
of these undead runs. A lot of them go for the Baroness right here, and then they loop back around to the Rube boss, and then they go in through that side gate. So you might
Oh, I
actually
totally
see them
scuffed my diamond last set, but-
going a different route than almost every single undead squad goes these days. So we're gonna see.
Recasting.
We'll see if they. The goal here is obviously to kill her before any mind control goes out.
Tank it for a little bit.
They've got 2 gargoyles back on the healer.
Yep, I'm just back here healing myself.
She's dead. They're gonna clean these 2 up. I'm sure they're gonna send the mage in to take care of the ziggurat, and we're gonna see now. Are they gonna continue going, you know, the normal route, or are they gonna loop back
Banshee
around?
here.
It looks like they're gonna loop back
I'll let you
around.
guys charge it.
We need to get either done.
Eye is down.
I literally swapped to my Slayer's Crest and just ruined my Diamond Flask. That was really bad.
So they're just grabbing a ton of mobs here
Sure,
again.
Banshees.
I think this is going to be a trend that we see today,
I can
is them
earthshot
just
that
pulling
Banshee that's
groups and
all the
groups
way
and
down.
groups of mobs and just, you know, cleaving, whirlwinding them down. They have even more now. People are getting a little low on health. It's getting a little scary.
Coming. Dynamiting.
It heals.
Coming.
Last stand.
Ah, I got
Heals are
interrupted.
coming.
I last standed.
They're cleaning this up. They should be fine.
Go on the boss, go on the boss.
People are low. But you got to remember, everyone here is in probably 2.5 max gear. So low here is still probably more HP than anyone had in Prebis. So
What's first box?
for people that have not run dungeons since getting max gear, since getting super geared out, it is a completely different experience. I think it's a ton more fun. Looks like they're done
Wide
with this
turn.
group.
Wide turn.
Looks like they're going to try to skip this pack, so they're running around here.
I got 10 seconds on my dynamite. It's fine to pop it.
They're going to move in.
Wait for it.
So this is the route that I was talking about. So this is, I mean, most people don't even go this way. Outside of maybe these like dungeon speedrun groups, I don't see anyone ever go this direction.
Still a few more.
But it's been found to be the fastest way to get through UD Strat. They're marking up that gargoyle, just watching the patrol. And just continuing this cleave. Continuing the Zug. So far, this has just been a clinic on the Zug
Bring
Zug.
him to this pack. Bring him into here so we can get away from those guys.
More,
Grabbing more and more and more and more.
It's gonna
Oh, we
aggro.
got
It's
it.
gonna
It's gonna
aggro.
grab him.
Looks like the shaman's mana is totally fine. No problems there whatsoever.
Pulling all these.
Bring him in. Bring him in.
Gotta get Banshee.
Dynamite's up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, these guys are just grabbing everything. I think that in most cases, trying to
Save your
skip
dynamite for
packs
the,
and like the
guys.
amount of threading of different needles that you have to do, it ends up slowing you down more so than if you just group up large packs and just cleave them all down. Especially if it's just like adding
Pull
one
those
more
guys onto
pack
the
to
boss.
what you've
Just pull
already
them all
pulled.
together.
They're just gonna grab these guys, pull them all together, grab the boss, grab everything,
Cleave off of the boss. Dynamite now.
dropping dynamites, dropping
Focus the
AoE.
boss. They're all on me. They're all on me. Just focus boss.
I think the
Diamond flask.
should be fine. They're probably gonna send the mage in to again take care of that ziggurat. No problems there. That AI buff, right?
I'm crippled. I'm crippled.
Yeah,
2
mine's
seconds.
at 2 minutes.
Hug the right. Hug the right.
They're hugging right, so they are skipping trash
Probably
right
be A
here.
little bit slower on this.
Seems like they might be popping Diamond Flask set here again.
Careful, careful, guys.
So Shrek is back to dual wield. Looks like right here.
Bring him into the gate.
Probably gonna grab the boss, pull him into the gate here. This is sort of this is one of those make or break sections. Once they get through this gate, once they
Yeah,
kill
still got 40 seconds on the class.
Oh, no, no.
the Magister, how fast, how many A bombs are they gonna pull? Is this gonna be a pull
There's some,
everything situation?
Rats or whatever. Kill them.
Please.
Or just go.
Or they just skip
No.
Magister? Obviously.
Play it safe.
Why would you
Grab
kill
2 or
him?
3 or 4.
Yeah. Well, we won't go all the way. We'll just pull up here until we get.
Large Brilliant Shards are going for a lot, but they don't need it.
Let's get the middle. Pull it back.
PJ saying this is the 6-minute mark. Alright, so they're only pulling 4 of these right now. That's still a lot. It's not a small amount. Not a small amount.
Holy
Let's see how much more they're gonna pull right here. They are taking a lot of damage.
They're all coming.
But again, the shaman has so much mana. So much mana. I think right now it's more so does the mage have the mana to AoE all of the little blobs as they
As
spawn,
many as you
especially
can.
as they kill them and they spawn more and more and more of those little
both those two
blobs.
on the
You
right.
need the mage. You need the cleaves, the
Grab these,
whirlwinds,
these go
the
down,
mage to
just
just
start pulling
get
them
all
off.
those down right away
gonna
before they all
sack
just hop on the healer.
Minute side down.
You want me to
Slowed.
pull this?
Yeah,
Pull him, pull him.
I need to get
Pull
more,
him
get more,
to
get
the,
more, get
pull him to
more.
the stairs. Pull him to the stairs.
Here we go. This is a pull.
There we go.
This is the pull, guys.
Don't have
This is what we wanted to see. Get all these down.
Put Nifty up, Nifty. Boots.
So they're gonna get all these down. What you're gonna see here is as soon as that door opens, they're gonna run right inside. So this is sort of one of the biggest time saves that we have learned from these UD strat runs, especially on the leaderboard. Is you go inside this door,
We're gonna stay here.
you fight him inside this door.
20 second cooldowns, turn
That
first.
way, when the door closes, you're not sitting there waiting around. Everyone knows about that. When you're doing UD strats and you
Wanna
kill
pull these down?
him,
Pull
the
these
door
down?
closes.
Pull these
The
down.
ads take forever to come out the door. They're killing the ads right now. They're all dead. Door opens right into Baron. See, they're low on health, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They're just gonna zug down Baron super hard right here. I'm pretty sure they all still have wreck.
From outside.
They haven't
So we-
come yet.
So we can't just pot. We can't pot or speed. You know, we gotta go kill him first.
I'll
Yeah.
get him.
So they have all the little ads from outside. So if you guys, you guys are all familiar with UD strat, all these little ads are out here. They do need to come out here and kill all these before they're able to sort of run away. They're
All right, so speed pot first.
almost
One
all
more.
dead. There's one more. There we go.
Just start heading.
So everyone's popping a swiftness pot right now. 820 on dead clear. That is a really good pace. That's a very, very good pace. So now it's get back to where you started, get over to live side, and then how well can you execute the live side?
Review.
What do you have up your sleeve to get through live side? So they just popped a swiftness pot. So that means they've got 2 minutes before they can pop an invis pot.
Oh, thank God for batch. When it comes to drink walking in nothing.
Oh,
Yeah, there they go, broken.
broken boots. So they are getting a little spread out here. We'll be able to see like how quickly do they even just like get started on live side, and I assume it's going to be very quick.
I guess you
Guys,
should
that
pop
was
nifty.
clean.
Hey,
Guys.
Truck, can you hit me with a black juju?
10-minute cooldowns, yeah, or 10-minute buff.
Alright, don't heal me here. Don't heal me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no spare rocket boots. I
A
don't
bomb
think.
is right in front of us.
I've got a diamond flask up.
So they need to get going. They need to get going now. Now.
I'm eating, drinking.
I'm setting up my diamond
Mark.
flask.
Mark the A bomb. No heals for you.
All right, so they're doing. It looks like 2
Nice
packs.
Shrek.
2 packs plus ghouls.
I interrupted that frostbolt.
Remember, focus Unforgiven for the AoE. Alright,
And they're just going. So what was this? This was 2 giant poles. This was probably 3 to 4 ghouls. Unforgiven, everything.
Down here. Flame strike.
Dynamite.
Popping dynamite, flame strike, everything. The cojones on these
Get a little
gentlemen.
bit more AoE or line of sight.
The big pull. You guys might be thinking, it's not that big of a deal. Go try this. Go try this at home. They still have Unforgiven up, so this is where having a lot of melee DPS is going to be a little bit rough. This is going to take a little bit longer. Yeah, these big
I'm
pulls.
drinking right now.
These big pulls are getting me real excited, guys.
I got diamond flask running now.
Diamond
We
Flask
will get
running.
back before.
It's fine. We'll focus fire it.
So this is another big
Go
AoE
left, right,
pull,
go
an
left.
A-bomb,
Yes,
a
yes.
second big AoE
We
pull.
won't have dynamite for this one or sappers.
No dynamite, no sappers. They just popped all that stuff. So this is gonna be a bit more on the mage, I think.
This is gas.
A bit more on the melee to sort of
It's okay.
to gather up all those casters as best they can, get them all down. Oh yeah, 6 to midnight on these big pulls. This is what I want to see. This is all that today was about for me, was getting real excited
Heart rate,
about
heart
big pulls.
Reset totems when you get through.
I'm behind. I don't have a totem. Or I've got a Wind Fury up, but he's way in the back, so we should be okay.
They're doing. Is this just a single pull?
Dynamite.
Just a single pull. They got that eye. Eye.
No pots. Remember, no pots. We're gonna use Invis coming up.
So they are prepping the invis. If you guys didn't hear that, they're prepping the invis.
Okay.
For anyone who's watched
I have
on the
a-
leaderboards,
Should
the
have a
live strat
second to
runs,
drink here.
I'm good on mining.
I think we're gonna see something
Okay.
pretty
You
impressive
guys
coming
kill
up.
these, I'm gonna go set up the pole.
If you guys haven't seen what's coming up, this is gonna make live strats look
Oh,
like a
fuck,
joke.
He ran. Oh,
He's dead,
that
he's
was
dead.
close.
I don't think anyone's.
Just shoot him.
Yeah, like a
fuck.
noob.
It's fine.
I already pulled these. Just kill those and then come to the
So they got upset because they accidentally pulled these mobs. I'm pretty sure you have to pull these mobs. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that these mobs will aggro if you go and open the door. So we'll see though. We'll see. It looks like they are going to try to skip as much as they
That
can.
conjurer.
They've got bugs.
Slowed by these maggots over here.
That mom, the bug
I'm opening the
smasher.
door. Grumpy, I'm opening the door.
Should be
I
good.
gotta
Should
flip
be.
this for you.
I've got life giving gem up.
Oh, that mom.
Get ready to.
That's going to just tick down.
We still got people.
Look at those deep
coming
wounds.
through.
Those deep wounds.
I don't have anything.
Oh no, he's running.
He's dead. He's dead. Move.
See, they did get some extra ads.
Fine. Kill him.
I'm still in combat. Something's in
Yeah,
combat.
two in the back.
we pulled two
Pull
extra
back,
guys.
We gotta move back. We gotta move back. They're gonna aggro again. Move back. Pull them back. Pull them back.
Okay. So
Alright.
finally, so that was a bit sloppy.
Ready?
This is
Call
definitely a bit
spot.
sloppy.
3, 2, 1, now.
First, so this is the Invis potion.
So Grumpy's gonna grab the whole hallway
Invis
and we'll
potion.
just burn
Invis
balls.
potion.
I thought we wanted to just keep it
Yeah.
traditional.
We're gonna
Oh,
keep
right,
it
so-
normal.
Keep it safe. Bro, get door.
This is okay. So this is their first pull inside the cathedral.
Good. Focus Inquisitor.
They're at 13 minutes in. Thank you, PJ.
Battle mage here.
They're doing more.
Patrol
I haven't seen any
all the way in,
trinkets
all the way
run.
Sapper up as soon as we
I don't know if I
can.
can, if I see where Shrek's trinkets are.
Call for sap.
Got a big pull here. Lots of damage going out. Those battle mages just absolutely wreck. They go uncontested.
Trying to live.
Hey, we don't have any to talk.
I got nothing for this.
Their mage went down.
We're good. We're good.
Lots of damage going out. Ragermeister also down. 2 people dead. Mage and a warrior.
Let's get this down, then we can res. Oh, I have soulstone. Never mind.
The soulstone
Get
went
Rager-
out.
Ranger needs reds.
We good?
Coming.
Gonna get
The res is going
skeletons.
out.
I'm gonna try to aggro him.
They probably okay. So they've got the undead coming in. I was gonna say
pop me
they,
out.
you know, these warriors. They should be bandaging. They should be eating. They should be doing everything that they can. While that res is going
Go
out.
down, I think.
Yep.
They need to get going. They need to get going.
Actually, can you res while we
Just
kill
under
this
his
pack?
chat cursor.
We'll just kill this.
I'm still in combat.
Chat sensor. Oh, I do see that. Yeah.
I'm staying back here. I'm trying to run out.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, I mean, they clearly did not go for the Invis trinket. So you can actually go for another Invis skip here, and I think we might see that from other runs today.
There you go. Got it off.
Watch that.
Nope,
Watch the
back in
Arcanist.
combat. I'm back in combat. I'm just coming.
Just come,
with you
just
guys.
come,
Just come.
So they lost
Swan.
Ragermeister again,
2 more. Just ignore them.
Just ignore him.
but they're just going. They're going. They're saying, we don't need your DPS.
Kill them all.
We still have a Mom. We still have a Thunder Fury and a Maladath.
You can't kick that.
They do have these ads that are still up.
No. Yeah, pop everything. Live.
Ultimately, not a huge
We're
deal.
at 1605 right now.
They're at 1605.
Monk on me.
Trying to pull it off. I rooted it.
They, ooh, the sleep,
It don't matter.
the sleep
That's
on
what
the
I'm talking
Mom.
about.
There you go.
1612.
1612 sounds like their
Good work.
official time.
16-12. Let's go.
Yeah, it sucks we pulled those extra fucking packs in front of the cathedral. There is definitely.
That was our best. 1612.
1612.
Yeah, by like a minute, right?
That's not bad. That's not bad. Hopefully we'll be able to get Shrek in here very soon. So that was our first run of the day. So that was a 1612 on the first run of the day. We'll get this updated right now. Runtime 12, and that puts them, for the time being at least, in first place. So I'll get this set up for you guys. So this is how many teams today? So we have 8 teams today. So that was the first of 8. Our next team is scheduled to start here in about 8 minutes. So hopefully Shrek will be joining me here in chat. We might have a little bit of time for him to talk through what they're doing. While that's happening, I am going to get this next run. I'm just going to see if they are here, if they're ready to go. I'll see if they're streaming yet. It looks like they are not streaming just yet, this next team. Though they might be in chat. Tic Tac. Whenever you want to get your stream up and running. We do have about 7 minutes. Like I said, I think we're going to have... Shrek is going to be joining me here soon. Hopefully he's going to come in a good mood. That was a pretty sick run. That was pretty intense. Some very big pulls, making me very, very excited. I hope that we only go bigger from here. I hope that we see... This next group is another... It's a 4 warrior, 1 shaman group. So this is going to be the full Zug, in my opinion. We'll see if how much they rely on the Zug, how much they actually incorporate skips with invis, with trinkets, with speed pots, with speed boots, all those different things. Hopefully we're going to see something from them, just so that we can, continue to ramp up the day, continue to see new strategies. Though, like we've said multiple times, that Wind Fury Zug is fun to watch. All those big pulls just absolutely melt when you have enough warriors with 2-handers, whirlwinding, cleaving, doing everything. So we have 8 teams, so I can kind of go through that real quick here. So that was our first team of the day. That was Team 1, sponsored by Mike's Hard Lemonade. Team 2 is coming up. They're Baja Blast. Team 3, Zoo. And then we have Team 4, Legalized Plague Bloom, which is another 4 warrior, 1 shaman. And then I think our first alliance team of the day is Team 5, Danger Dolls. And then Team 6, Mega. And then Team 7 is Return. And Team 8, Night Elf or Nelf Male Pumpers. So we do have a few more teams coming up today. We've got lots more dungeons to run. Hopefully we're going to see some more exciting stuff. I know with these Horde teams, there's probably, at least for these next 3 teams, are all going to be the Zuggers, the big Zug competition. How many of these teams can overcome their warrior intelligence levels to come up with strategies that are going to set them apart? That's what I think is going to make or break these teams. Do these warriors know how to read? Have they been able to utilize the ability to read to come up with strategy? I think that's everything. That's going to be the big thing here. I know that's sort of in every guild that I've ever been in. The lack of reading, comprehension, and ability is often what sets apart a good warrior and a bad warrior. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding. 1 to 10 is actually a mage. That is true. That is true. So it looks like... Ooh, it looks like we are close. We are close. Let's see here. I'm going to get them up on the screen. It looks like they might be logging in and getting ready to go.
Hello.
Yeah, big sounds. Big sounds.
Am I just really, really low?
I can hear you okay. You guys hear him?
Yeah.
All right. We are going to have some comms.
Oh, that's not much better.
Oh, it sounds like he has my stream up and running. Hi, Tic Tac. Hi, 1 to 10.
Yeah.
All right. We are going to have some comms. Oh, it sounds like he has my stream up and running. All right. So they are getting set. Sounds like they are going to be ready to go here soon. I'm going to just message them.
Shadow prop.
Sign in.
All right, so this is Team 2. This is Team 2 Baja Blast. We'll see. Man, we might be able to just jump straight into this.
Zone in.
We're just watching. So this is my guild.
Bottom of the map.
We'll see.
At
I'm
the
really
bottom of the map.
hoping that they show up for me today. They make me look good. I already look good. Make me look a little bit better. We'll see. We'll see. So they are zoning in here. Last time I saw Tic Tac's UI, it hurt. It can't possibly look better. I know, Hobe. I know. The suit, the mullet, the handlebar mustache. It's hard. It's hard for me to even top myself sometimes. So these guys, ooh, look at this. You guys see this buff over here? You guys see this one? Right here? That's what I'm talking about. This is serious business, these speedruns. This warrior's sitting on a DMF buff for this. Is it going to make or break this run? Probably not, but it shows that somebody cares, right? It shows that somebody cares. I know that his UI is sort of cut off. We can't see his abilities or anything down below. I'm pretty sure that is on his end. Oh, they started. He did not start the timer. Oh well. Imagine teams actually starting the stopwatch on time. Already getting buff capped, I'm sure. The Zug has begun. Full Zug squad. I'm gonna turn their sound down a little bit, just so that it's not super overpowering. All right, so they're already moving in here. I do not have the time because they,
big pole?
of course, forgot it.
I'll just run it there.
All right, so let's see here. They're grabbing Banshee. They're grabbing a Crypt. They're grabbing... Ooh, they're going left here. So these guys are... They're going... This is already a different strategy than the last run. These guys are going to go for the Naru boss first. Look at this giant pole.
Okay.
Keep going.
Look at this giant pole. This is what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Bring on the Zug. Let's go.
Watch out. Stay range. Chain. There's the Banshee.
Trying to make sure that their healer stays out of the Banshee silence range. Man, they are taking still a lot of damage. Still a lot of damage.
Have it.
Anything for me?
I got shield wall.
Anything for me?
There's a shield wall already. Meme flask.
I got the AoE taunt.
Very low. Very, very low, everybody. Oh, man. How quick are... So their healer is still very high on mana. This boss is no problem. They can go straight into this boss. It doesn't really matter. I should be running my own official timer, Sexy Bash. You were absolutely correct. I would just like it to be on screen. Oh, man.
I got this. I got it.
Okay, so one of the warriors is going into solo the Ziggurat. That makes the most sense. So these guys are going the conventional route. We'll see how this goes. Ooh, boy, that was a clincher, everybody. Is everyone getting their workout in today? This is my workout for today. I'm hoping that we get enough clinches in today that I don't actually have to do any sort of workout after this. Okay, another big pull. Another big pull. I think they're doing this with only three of their warriors. I don't know if Whack Job is back here yet.
I have a brutal disease. Can anyone cure disease?
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like they got diseases, they got poisons. Should be fine. They got the shaman. They're waiting for Whack Job. This is just time. Time. Come on.
Another trash bowl. Here, we got a gargoyle. Yeah.
Yep, grabbing more.
Plans, I can't move. Right behind.
So just grabbing more trash, clearing it out a little bit. So a little bit of a waste of time there. It sounds like their warrior who cleared the ziggurat got hit by a disease that slowed him.
Yeah, Death Wish here as well. If you have it up, still have it up.
They need to go. They need to get this going.
Yeah.
So that's not actually me that has the screen like that. That's the streamer. So unfortunately, yeah, that's from
Oh shit! Here. Get chains coming on.
So they got. Oh, okay.
Oh no.
So this is exactly why you need to kill this boss perfectly. If you don't kill this boss in time, someone gets mind controlled, and there's a good chance either that person dies or, like we just saw, that person just slaps and destroys someone on your team. Luckily, they had a soul stone up on that person, so. But now he is running way lower DPS. Rip that DMF buff.
I'm gonna.
All that emphasis.
I'll add in that it's a very RNG, that MZ. It can be 5 seconds. It could be 30 seconds. So a lot of that is just a ton of luck.
Hi, Shrek. Welcome.
Hey. Sorry for sneaking in. We're hoping to see if we got some Diamond Flask loot.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Were you here for their giant pull at the very beginning?
I saw a little bit where it got pretty sketchy. Yeah.
Yeah, they almost lost multiple people.
Yeah, I mean, these Banshees are the #1 killers because they hit you with so many silences. So when we were kind of breaking down the fight, we said you gotta target those Banshees first. Then you gotta look to the I think it's the Screecher Gargoyles, are the ones that fear.
Yep.
They're the most dangerous one, and then the Spider's Web, which is just a fucking nuisance. Pardon my French.
Well, it sounds like every single trash pack has multiple mobs that you actually want to kill first.
Yes. Well, there's just kind of a priority order.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Luckily, like their shaman's doing a really good job with tremor totems in conjunction with the warriors being a heavy warrior comp, so they've got the berserker rage, so they don't have to worry about the gargoyles quite as much, but they already had a couple extra packs pull due to fears. So some of those were unnecessary. Some of them were things that they clearly were going to be killing anyway. So it's not the big, not the end of the world for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
So they're sending a warrior in for the ziggurat. So what's your opinion on? You guys had a mage, obviously, and I think your mage took care of all of your ziggurat clears. Do you think that's
correct?
Is that like the big reason to have the mage, or do you think it was more than that the mage provided even more utility than just that?
So the mage I found was specifically useful for ziggurats, and then the Unforgiven pull is what we've been kind of labeling it, so that there's, when you're heading to live side, when you're going across the church from the entrance of Undead, there's 2 packs of Skellies, like AoE packs, and then there's Unforgiven, and then there's another 2 packs, and then there's one you can skip, and then there's one more pack before you get into the cathedral. Now, our mage was a little bit undergeared. He's actually an alt, wasn't one of our main mages, so we couldn't go for the crazy pull, which is you pull everything up to the Unforgiven and the pack after that. We tried that a little bit in the PTR, and it was just too much for what we kind of had available. I think the big thing is that as Horde, you're rocking the Shaman. The priests actually provide a ton of AoE damage on that pull from their Holy Novas, and you really got to be timing your dynamites and your sappers. So we had used a sapper with the intent of, originally when we were in the PTR, we pulled all of these A-bomb packs at once. All the A-bombs in one big group and burned them all down. And that was also super helpful for the mage because they just kept flame strikes up.
Yeah.
But it was about a 50-50 we would lived or died. So for the actual live run, there was a couple strategies that we tested in the PTR that worked for us, but we weren't super confident because frankly the team didn't get put together until yesterday.
Yeah.
And then we only had about 2 hours of PTR practice. So there's a couple things both at the end of live too. We debated just skipping those packs entirely and just running straight into the boss and bringing them with us and just burning the boss. But the mage is, again, to answer yours, mage is super helpful for the ziggurats. I think that's definitely the play. It's also helpful for these A-bomb packs if you get them grouped up nicely, and then again for the Skelly packs leading to the live section.
Yeah. Oh man, he's even got a res timer right now. That's how bad this is.
Yeah.
Oh, and the res didn't go through because I think he clicked it too soon.
You hate to see it, dude. I actually had the same issue happen when we were in the PTR literally an hour ago. Same thing
Jeez.
happened to me.
Yeah, we did notice. I mean, a lot of chat was talking as you guys were doing these A-bomb pulls. They were kind of commenting on like, oh, they're not pulling. They're doing this in like 3 or 4 pulls, however many you guys did. And I think this is sort of what you were just talking about, like how like you can try to pull them all, but it's like a super risky play. And these guys, like, they weren't even going for one big pull, and they lost people on it. So
yeah,
I think that it's a high risk, high reward scenario.
Get Sunders up on this.
Well, the one issue we also ran into a bit is when you pull them all together, a ton of blobs start to form up, and they're typically not an issue. So they're going to find the skeletons actually spawn up at the top of the stairs. So that's why we stayed at the top and didn't drag Ramstein to the bottom.
Yep.
So,
yeah.
But we found we did it. We attempted the full pack, full A-bomb clear like 3 times, and we got it 2 out of the 3 times. But those 2 times were very dicey, like a very close call, and it was some of it was blobs getting on the healers. A lot of it is just a ton of damage, and it's hard to really, focus fired a little bit as a bunch of warriors. But
yeah, this is a super awkward place to be fighting all these mobs.
Yeah, I mean,
this must have been like a totem pole or something, right? Because when you guys did this, you came out and they were all just standing here, so you were able.
Yeah,
to just
so
deal
if
with
you
all
have
of them.
totems out there, they'll come through. It also depends on how quickly you kill the skeletons and whatnot, because they're a set timer.
Yeah.
So on a number of our paths where we killed Ramstein a little bit slower, they came in on Baron, and we actually just waited for them all to get grouped on Baron and then dynamited AoE them down.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Other runs, when they came out later, we just left our mage, and our mage handled it, and just caught up with Nifty Stopwatch and a couple other things.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Now,
so these guys right now are, I think they're about a full minute or more behind where you guys were. So they
chose to not go through the gate as well, so they're doing a different pathing than us. Which you have the advantage of the gate closes, and that's a set timer even if you kill the bugs. You're kind of locked in there. This one you don't have to deal with that.
Yeah, I think that, and I kind of talked about it when you guys went into the gate, that is the general strategy that we have seen from all of the fastest runs on the leaderboard on the Discord, is that like teams go through that side path through the gate, even though they get stuck in there with the AoE pull, like it seems to be way faster.
Yeah, and we found when we timed, we didn't need our mage for that, because if we just timed our dynamite at the right timing, it's an instant kill. Now, it's interesting, and I think we debated that. We killed that extra pack at the entrance because we found it added essentially no extra time on that initial pull, and it allowed us to run into this a lot smoother as opposed to having
and I
to
wonder,
around.
I'm guessing that's like a lot of that does have to do with the mage too, right? Like these guys don't have
100%.
Mage, so pulling all those extra adds, like your whirlwind isn't going to hit any of them, your cleave isn't going to hit any of them until like you hit a certain like threshold of mobs.
Exactly. Yeah. So they pull the ghouls to the right of the Unforgiven, and that's one thing we found is like an additional pack. And when you're kind of getting into these parts of Strathholme, it's really about managing how many additional packs you pull. Like we did very well on this section. We struggled when we got to the cathedral, and we pulled everything that we never pulled in our PTR. We never had that problem when we were doing our practice runs. Part of it was, they pulled those ghouls as well. Like if they hugged right, again, it's just part of it is their warrior. They got double Thunder Fury, so they're okay. Yeah. But this is also like a ton of packs that you don't need to be pulling at this point. Like they've pulled I can count at least 4 packs from Baron to here that they didn't need to pull right now.
Yeah. And a lot of that might be too that I don't know how much practice these guys have done. I don't know if like the deaths and the extra stuff is just like it's sort of like a compounding thing where they're just maybe a little shaken.
Once you die, you're gonna keep dying because warriors zug, you get in that mentality where you're blasting.
Oh yeah,
and even see with one totem, there's a couple incidences where he clearly should not have been leading the pull on that.
Oh
but you just are in that mentality of go go go. one thing that so Kefo's doing a great job of demo shouting to help keep them corralled, but the demo shout's actually what is causing a lot of their additional pulls because he's not hugging the walls a little bit. So that's one thing where we found. You notice I used the wand at the beginning. That was kind of for memes, but it was also because we had a Torn in our group, and we found if we didn't use a deviate or things, that Torn was
Oh wow. Okay.
pulling a couple different paths. So we did the wand intentionally to try to create a little bit more easier
Ooh.
space on this.
They just wasted an invis pot. At
that's
least 1 to 10
bad.
did. I don't know why they
So
tried to
they're not
invis pot right here.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to open the door. I don't think you can. You might be able to skip those guys on the stairs, but then you
It seems
won't
like
have
it's-
an invis pot for the actual cathedral
Yeah,
section. And there's
yeah.
way more guys. Because you can skip. So it's interesting. If you kill the guys on the stairs and you don't bring them up, the guys at the boxes will move to the stairs. So that's why we pulled them into this corner, this line of sight here. Now they're killing them quick enough and moving quick enough that it's not a problem.
Oh, they
But
did
we
get
did
him.
have. Oh, they did get him.
Yep, they did get him. So that's kind of
Yeah.
that's what I thought was going to happen. Like when you guys went to skip around, I even mentioned like I'm pretty sure those mobs below were gonna pull.
Yeah.
But then I think you guys only got like 1 extra pack, so it seemed
So
like
they move to the stairs, but they don't aggro. So
Okay.
if you get into that corner and kill them quickly, and then go right on like every PTR, we never pulled those. We had the problem in the front where people stopped attacking the mobs that were running because they're humanoids, so they do run when they get low health.
Yep.
And people forgot to do that, and one of our members tab targeted and shot a gun at one
Oh,
of
I
the
saw.
guys.
Yeah, we saw that. We
Yeah.
heard that too.
And that was pretty rough. So that's where we pulled an extra couple packs that we didn't mean to. But
So they're
So
like,
we-
oh man, they're pulling everything. Which like I
They have
wouldn't have
to.
been worried. Yeah, they do. But you guys did that big pull in here, and that was the first time you guys had any deaths. Which, albeit like that was with battle mages and other things, but it's just scary.
So that
Oh,
was
they got
a
melee
lot
too.
of unnecessary. Oh, one totem's getting real close here. We had a lot of unnecessary paths because again, we weren't doing a good job. Like, so they pulled that guy right there, Malor, unnecessary.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of unnecessary stuff they're pulling in here that we're able to avoid with the invis pot.
Yeah.
Now, my group didn't have full engineers, so if you have
Oh,
full
okay, yeah.
engineers, what you do on this is you have gnomish cloaking and an invis pot for these two sections.
Yeah, I brought
We
that up when you
couldn't
guys were
do
running.
that.
Yeah, I was like, I wonder if they're gonna invis trinket, and then you guys didn't, and yeah, I didn't even think about like, oh, it's because they might not have had all their engineers. That does make sense.
Yeah, so because we didn't have and so here's the problem too. You start getting the skeletons coming in. If you invis pop that first area, the skeletons stop at those guys.
Yeah.
And they don't catch up. So the battle mages do a ton of damage here, so of course you're always trying to focus target those ones. But this is the section I was talking about. So what we tried in the PTR, and we got it twice, but it was again really dicey, and we just went pretty conservative with this
Oh
run.
my gosh, they didn't get it again. Oh,
Did they? Oh, looks like they got it. Oh no, one of them broke.
no, they broke.
We could have just left him.
So what we did in the PTR, we just killed this hallway. This hallway is pretty easy to just smash. And then the next hallway, what we were trying to do was just run past everything and have the mage kite everything while we killed the boss.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. So this was like double scuffed invis pots from these guys.
Yeah, which is, it's really rough. I mean, the invis pot, the big one is got a 10-minute cooldown too, so you have one shot on that.
Yeah.
Really, and there's no no margin for error on that. This is also scary because you got the archivist just to over in that one, which is we pulled that area on our run unintentionally.
Yeah.
And then these monks we didn't even kill. Like these guys, you can just run past. They spawn once those guys in the corner get killed. So
Yeah.
here they should be able to smash. Our kill was pretty slow because I was two-handed. Probably should have switched dual wield for that part.
Yeah,
of the
and you guys
section.
were down a warrior too.
Yeah, we tried to get revives off of him multiple times, but we just were kind of running into combat.
All
and
right.
just made the call to kill.
There you go. That was the time on that one.
What's the time?
17:32. Thank you, PJ. So
only
PJ's
a
been
minute
helping me out.
20. Only a minute 20 over our time, which just
Yeah.
goes to show like both had some pretty scuffed moments. Like when we were testing on the PTR, our best times were kind of sitting around the 15-minute range.
Yeah.
So we definitely lost some solid time, and I know they did too. Like they probably lost at least 2 minutes from the invis pots scuffing them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, so we have, let's see here. We got these standings up and running. All right, so Baja Blast coming in with that 1732. The next team that's going to be up, is Zoo. I believe they might actually be our first EU team. So maybe we'll finally see those big brain EU plays like we saw in the DMF runs, or DM West runs, sorry. And then we are going to be able to, I have the standings here. We don't have a lot right now. So currently, hashtag sponsored by Mike's Hard Lemonade, aka Shrek's team, still in first place with that 16 minutes 12 seconds. The team that just went Baja Blast, 17 minutes 32 seconds. We'll see. I'm thinking we're gonna see some sub 15s today. I think that it's totally possible. I think
absolutely.
I think that what you're saying, it's gonna a lot of it's just execution, right? It doesn't necessarily matter if you have like the full Zug comp. I think that there's benefits to bringing the mage. There's benefits to just going like full warrior. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the team that executes better. Like yeah.
Stratholme's a really interesting instance in that there's a lot of active patrols throughout it, as well as there's a lot of pathing that the stationary mobs do that, depending on how you're timing it, you can avoid. So there's a lot of banshees, especially when you're going from the last ziggurat to the A-bomb section. There's 2 banshees in particular that can very easily get aggroed if you're just, and I think we even aggroed it on our run, one of them, if it just happens to wander in that kind of pathing. And so there's a little bit of RNG to it. We talked about with the mind control. That's one of the biggest RNG elements. We found in the PTR, if we didn't kill him and I got MC'd with my Might of Menethil, I was two-shotting people essentially.
Yeah.
Like if
I mean,
Grumpy got MC'd, he's got full 9 out of 9 Dreadnought. He couldn't die. So it's just a massive time sink.
Oh yeah, we saw 1 to 10 just insta die when Kefo got mind controlled. I believe it was Kefo who got mind controlled. That seems like one of the scariest moments in the entire run, is just because it can be a guaranteed death or a massive time sink. So
yeah, and people are talking about Mind Soothe. It's interesting because Mind Soothe also has that chance to resist, and if it does, the mobs instantly aggro. So it is a time saver and can be super helpful, but it also is it can be really risky. That 1% can screw you over. And a lot of the run, yes, there's definitely we're gonna see some innovation today. I'm very confident in that. We've got some really smart teams that, based on what I've seen them do in a couple of their other runs and some things like that, and other speed runs, it's clear they have the capacity to do some innovation. Our run, frankly, there was a couple things we did that were different, but it wasn't incredibly innovative. It was relatively zug with a couple, a couple pulls that we'd seen other groups execute that we modified for our own purposes. This group doesn't have that AoE. They're that straight zug comp.
Oh yeah.
So we'll see how they do. There's a lot of things that could really screw them over, particularly if that shaman gets some bad chain silences, if they're not burning down those banshees. Alternatively, they could get really lucky. As I said, like Baja Blast and my team, I'm going to confidently say our mistakes cost us 2 to 3 minutes.
Wow.
Across the board.
That's a lot.
I confidently can say that we probably could have shaved off that amount of time. So
that's pretty insane. Yeah.
As you said, I sub 15 could happen in this next run. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to a 13-minute run by the end of here, because there's a couple speed consumes that, like I said, we had somebody who was missing a nifty stopwatch, so we couldn't utilize that for some of it. We couldn't use the gnomish cloaking devices. There's a couple little things that some of these groups will have in their arsenal potentially that other ones haven't. But this is the time of Zug. We've got the next 2 groups.
Oh yeah, the next 2 groups. Yeah. I was just gonna say, like, we've got, so the next group, Zoo, it's 4 warriors, a shaman. The group after that, 4 warriors and a shaman. And then, I mean, the group after that, even 3 warriors, rogue, paladin. I think that we're going to see a lot of very similar strategies. I'm really interested to see what Mega does. That's team 6. They've got the priest and the hunter.
I'm interested in the hunter too, because we talked about, so our shaman also mains a hunter. And originally in our old comp, we had a different person as our shaman, and we were going to bring a hunter in. And the idea was to try to see how many of those like DNT-esque pet sprint off and skips we could execute.
Yeah.
I think there's a handful of paths that they can absolutely do that, particularly on the way to Strat Live. It's a little bit harder in Undead because you've got to backtrack in Undead, so there's not a lot of areas that you really want to skip because you're going to be going down that way anyway.
Yeah.
But I know you love your honors, so I'm sure that's part of it. But I'm also really curious to see. I love, we've got a lot of standard group comps. I'm not sure. Do we have that team also running the priest and the mage as well?
Yes. So that's return. So team
I'm
7.
Really, I'm not going to say that they're my favorite, but they're the one that I'm got eyes on. They're the team I really got eyes on.
I didn't want to say it yet, but they are probably the team that I have the highest expectations for is return.
I just who's in the chat who is Tula on the run. He's calling me out. We had some of our most dedicated guild members that wanted to do it were all rogues. And I was kind of a jerk and I said, I'm sorry, we can't bring any rogues for this run. It's just not fitting in with the strats that we're looking for.
Yeah, that's interesting because like we do have 2 groups rocking rogues. So we can see on this slide the last team that's going today, 3 warriors, rogue, paladin. We actually have that exact same comp as the 5th team of the day, 3 warriors, rogue, paladin. So I wonder if it's, what you were dealing with where it was just based on interest and they just had rogues that were interested in doing it, or if they do have some rogue specific strategies at play.
And there's definitely, we talked about that with the rogues too. They can do with, especially if they got prepped for double vanishes, there's a couple hunter-esque pulls that they can execute with sprint and running away and then vanishing.
Yeah.
And stealthing through. So there's a couple crafty things. Blade Fury does a ton of damage, so it can be really clutch if you're going for a mega pull on that. They do have the Paladin too, and the Paladin can put out some actually decent DPS and AoE damage in these kinds of group settings, so they can kind of fill in for what we are utilizing the mages for. So I'm really curious to see what the rogue is. I mean, both the rogues that we had interested were both dagger rogues, and dagger rogues are at a massive disadvantage at these kinds of dungeons.
Oh, absolutely.
So I'm curious to see if they're swords or what kind of, maybe even a wild hammer spec. We've got a really interesting variety of comps across the entire competition. Obviously, 4 warriors and the shaman is clearly the most common of the, of the groupings, but
especially when they're horde teams, right? Like horde teams, I feel like that's like where you start. You start at, okay, well, let's do 4 warriors and shaman, and from there you go, well, if we bring a mage, like you were saying, we can have them take care of ziggurats, we can have them utilized a ton if we do like larger pulls, and then also like what you were saying, or even in addition to that, hey, if we bring a hunter, like think of the stuff we can do with a hunter. But I think that baseline horde side is 4 warriors and a shaman.
I think when you're thinking about it, so like one of the first things we did when we were approaching this dungeon was we said, what are the essential parts of the dungeon? What are the things we have to kill to ensure that we can get through all of the required material? And Strathome's kind of interesting because it's actually, even though it's a massive dungeon, its requirements are very simple. It's just, you got to kill the bosses in front of the ziggurats, and you got to kill the ziggurats. Everything else is completely optional, and you can kind of skip. So when you're thinking about the comp, when you think of like the classic 4 warriors and shaman, or 4 warriors and paladin, or priest, whatever, that's when you're kind of going for a comp of, we're going to be clumped together. We want the whole team together, and they're going to be executing everything as a squad. When you get the rogues, the hunters, the mages, that's when you have people that you're saying, these are individuals that can break off from the group and just handle sections that we don't need to deal with. They're literally going to be off the screen heroes. And that's what, Tula or I just was doing for us. And I think that's what we're going to be seeing some of the rogues, hunters, and other mages doing on here, because the really strong point is, they're great AoE DPS while you're in a group, but their strength is they can do things that the melee aren't going to be able to do, and so the melee can just keep plowing through and be the snow plows while they're out there, scraping up the sidewalks on the side or whatever for you.
Yeah, perfect analogy. Especially topical analogy.
Yes.
So we got about 4 minutes here. The next team, their stream is up and running. It looks like they are ready to go whenever we sort of give them the go ahead. I might run to the bathroom real quick, but I'm interested to hear. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do we want to set up a little channel prediction, maybe? What time this group might get?
We could set up. I don't have channel points set up today, unfortunately.
Ah, bummer.
Yeah,
okay,
I didn't want to be inundated by T-Rex roars today.
That's a fair statement. Although we do love our T-Rex roars on.
We do love them on this channel. So I'll be like 1 minute. If you want to do whatever you do, Shrek. Maybe if you haven't gotten the opportunity, do a little shout out for our sponsor today. That'd be good.
Yeah, absolutely. So WarcraftTavern.com has been our kind sponsor for this event. This is, I believe it's the third, maybe the fourth event that we've been doing in the series, and they've been an absolute blast, and we're really happy to have a sponsor for this go-around for us to help keep the movement going. As we know, we got TBC around the corner, so we know that this Classic Dungeon speedrunning doesn't end just after these next couple months when Classic comes to an end. TBC is going to open up a whole new window of opportunities. So we'll be excited to see what kind of content Warcraft Tavern has prepping for TBC, making sure that we're ready to go and can hit Outlands running. But it looks like we've got some predictions in the chat here. Seeing some sub 14, 14-20. Nice. What are you guys thinking? I don't know, Zoo. Any of Zoo fans want to spill the beans on what their PTR runs were doing? Give a little hot preview here. 11:30 from Programmer Mac. Yeah, Bradley, you're right. Classic never comes to an end. We just get a fresh, dude. We just get a fresh.
Holy shnikes.
Thank you for the follow. All right. I'm back. We are about ready to go, I believe.
I may have gotten someone G-kick because I was trying to get Zoo's team guildies to leak their time.
Well, we'll see. We will see. All right. So,
Juris thinks a rogue team's gonna win, and then I'll be eating a sock later because I didn't let rogues in.
Ooh, was that a bet that you made?
Not at all. No, I'm joking. I'm definitely not going to do it. So right off the bat, we can tell that this guy is in a little bit of a different level than some of our groups just by
look at those weapons.
Look at that THC Gressel. That dude is a lot of people just had a wet dream in chat looking at that.
Or they're just a jealous dream, whatever that would be.
Yeah, whatever that dream.
Yeah. So I'll let them know. I mean, they're here in chat. You guys are good to go whenever you are ready.
So this guy's got, I'm assuming he's a high warlord. I mean, he's rocking warlord gear, the onslaught girdle. So, and as well as Gauntlets of Annihilation. So this guy is ready to throw down.
Based on
big
his
advantage.
Yeah, based on the gear that you can see, do you think he's full bis?
I don't know. We have to see his trinkets. When we see a crit, a kiss, and a Slayer's crest, then we know that he's a GM.
Okay. Yeah. They're getting their last couple things set, ready to go here. I just want to give a big shout out to everyone, for the follows today, for the subs, for everything. Thank you guys so much for the support. A lot of the support, even you guys just being here watching today, that feeds into us being able to do these competitions. So I appreciate you guys all for all of that.
It's got that mark of the champion. So we had a couple people in the run with that, and that thing is just such a big boost. But you can see he's rocking that warlord gear predominantly, which is just so beefy. It's just, I mean, this guy, he's flashed up and everything, and he's got 10.3k health right now, and that's without anything. So
this is, it seems like, is he actually going to start the timer? Ooh, he got it off. Look at that, Shrek. It's possible.
Dude, I clicked my thing 3 times. I've never felt so dumb. I
Yeah.
have wanted to ask Tula to stream like he did our last runs because I always do dumb things like unequip my diamond flask after trying to pop it.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah.
So there was a lot of things that I just kind of wish wasn't shown on screen. I'm sure
No,
I'll
that's
be
good,
getting
that's
memed on later.
All right. Wow, they had
So this
someone I think
one-
completely skipped DP, or no, they're moving through. Yeah. So the shaman just like took off early. They got this opened. These guys are moving. Do they have? Is this the Baron's buff? The Baron's speed buff?
It looks like it. Do they?
Yeah.
Is that Razorhide too?
I think they have
Yeah,
Razorhide
they've got-
and Baron speed buff. These guys are going hard right now. I think he just
Well, they got
popped
sand. As
I think
well.
they just
they
popped-
popped speed right off the bat.
target dummies. I'm pretty sure popping target dummies. These guys are going all out.
So is that another? That's another THC. So we've got at least
Oh my
half
gosh.
of the crew has THC. I can't see if he's also.
Is
got
this a
aggressive.
Chinese guild? Is that what's happening right now?
Yeah, this is a DKP guild.
Jeez.
Oh no, he's got it's an AQR. Okay, so he's
Okay,
only got
okay,
one
okay.
KT sword.
All right, so it looks like these guys are also doing the same route you guys did, or no, sorry, the same route that Baja Blast did, that more conventional UD strat route where you go and you kill the Naru boss first, and then you come back to the Baroness.
So they hugged hard left, which is kind of interesting. We hugged right because we found the casters melted way faster than the ghouls and things like that.
Gotcha.
So we kind of tried out both packs, and we just found that one we could just melt so much faster.
Yeah.
We had an interesting, our warriors, so I believe all the warriors, although I think Kefo was Fury prop, but all the other warriors seemed to be Fury, dual wield Fury. We actually had one dual wield Fury, one Fury prop, and then I was Arms. As you guys could very well
do you
tell.
play Arms a lot, Shrek?
I've been known to play Arms.
With that big fatty mom?
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, it's one of those things that even sometimes when I know it's not this, it's just too fun not to.
Oh,
you know?
man. I was watching you, like, two-shot mobs, and it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Or at least, like, two global mobs. All right, so...
So as you said, they're going that traditional route, which is interesting. So
Yeah.
they probably just want to avoid the grate and getting held in there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe they timed it out, and if they have the Baron speed buff, the amount of time lost by being stuck inside the grate, it's just not worth it. Because like with the Baron speed buff, like they're moving around the edge of this, and they're moving very, very fast.
And they're pulling a lot of extra stuff they don't need to, but their DPS is just unreal. They don't have a damage meter really going up right now, so I can't see what kind of average DPS they've been pulling, but
Yeah.
they're just melting everything.
Oh, yeah.
And that Razorhide buff, it's only 10 minutes, but the amount of armor it provides them, they're not taking any damage right now.
Yeah.
Like, you look at those health bars, it's not moving.
Well, 10 minutes, like your run was 15.
15,
These guys,
yeah, exactly.
If these guys do this run in, 14 or 13, like that's the majority of the run, the Razorhide buff.
Yep. It's big, as we said, the people that are going to win this competition, or it's preparation. That's 99% of what Classic is.
Yeah.
Is just consuming and prepping world buffs. Like, yeah, there's definitely execution and gameplay playing into it, but when you're this kind of comp and you need to just zug as hard as possible,
Oh yeah.
showing up with all the buffs, including sands and everything like that, that's going to be really the difference maker.
Oh yeah.
We
these
talked
guys
about
are-
getting sands and stuff. We didn't have the time to get all this stuff.
Oh yeah,
coordinated that
you
we
guys
kinda
were
hoped for.
a pretty late ad. This team, I think
Yeah.
they as soon as the announcement came out, their team leader was messaging me, was clarifying rules, was figuring out like, okay, what are we allowed to do, what are we not allowed to do, what are your thoughts on XYZ like out of the box thing, and I knew that this team was going to come in here with some with pushing the absolute limits of what was allowed, which for a horde team it was everything, right? The only thing that wasn't allowed was Light of a Loon. So any horde team, it's like you could do everything you want, and it's showing up.
So they're at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So they're popping their Death Wish here, and this is where cooldown management becomes incredibly important at this point, because you're only going to get so many. Like even if they do a 15-minute run, they're going to get 5 Death Wishes total.
Yep.
And there's a few packs you don't necessarily want a Death Wish because of the amount of damage that's coming out in some regards. But
Yeah. So they kind of did like a hybrid 3 pull on these A-bombs. They did like one big pull, and then when they were almost done with it, they grabbed a few more, and now this is the last group of A-bombs they're doing here. Still very fast. I mean, when you talk about like, I think the fastest UD strat run on the leaderboard right now is like
8 minutes.
It's like 8 minutes. These guys are at
yeah.
5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, so we were clocking exiting Baron on our best time. We were doing around 8 minutes as well. That's like a really solid pace, and these guys are going to probably beat us by a solid minute, I would say, if not minute and a half. So
yeah, I think that's the Baron's buffs are playing a huge part. Just the movement
massive.
Speed. Yeah.
Well,
movement
they're
speed
also
and
using
less damage.
They had a speed. Did they have a speed Zanza going? I thought at first. It's like they swapped it.
What do they have a Zenza up at all right now?
They had a speed Zanza at the beginning, I thought. Maybe it was the repelling one though.
Oh yeah.
It could be the one that just bounce spell.
It seems like the speed. If you're able to rock Razorhead this entire time, then the speed one would absolutely be the way to go. But it might not stack with the Baron's buff. So that was a 550 Baron kill. So they're out of Baron. Yeah. They're moving out here right around 6 minutes.
They used a good amount of their speed, so they're not going to be able to, like, they opened up with their speed as opposed to using it on this section, which is an interesting call, and that's maybe because they're trying to have their speed.
They got a pack right here.
There's a Skull of Impending Doom. So that's where a lot of this mindfulness on the pathing comes down to. Because there's, as I said, there's a ton of stuff that you can unnecessarily pull, even on your run back. We found that we had people on the run back, if we weren't slightly staggered, because it kind of happens when you're rocking Goblin boots. We had 2 of our Goblin boots broke on our actual run.
Yeah, he just, Relata just had his, I think his...
And it's just broke.
Yep. And a lot of, I mean, that's just RNG, but also...
Yeah.
It's also, I think you guys popped a swiftness pot right outside of Baron, right? You guys, you knew the timing. You knew that if we popped one right here, we're going to have an invis up in time. I wonder if, I didn't see these guys pop a swiftness pot. I don't see his pot CD anywhere. I wonder if they just know, like, we're going to go so fast that it's not even worth doing.
I think they used it at the beginning, but it's obviously up by now.
Yeah.
What we found was our Fury Prot Dreadnought Warrior, we had him save his swiftness pot. He used Skull of Impending Doom's nifty stopwatch and the boots, and he popped a FAP for this pull because you see he's killing these guys with frost bolts.
Yeah.
There's frost bolts as well as there's an ad that hamstrings, and it's a nightmare to get through if you don't kill him quickly. And now
so they're
doing a really good job.
Monster pull right here, giant pull going on right now. They did skip those 2 goals, but they've got so much stuff right now.
And they're going to get the A-bomb. The A-bomb's padding here right now, so it may not pull in this pack, but they're going to get it here shortly.
But it's everything here's dead. It's all like their stream's lagging a little bit right now. It's probably all the the fact that they just pulled like 30 plus mobs.
Yeah,
man,
that was a big boy pull.
They're all frost numbers right now, but that was a very, very big pull. No one even came
I guess
close
they're not
to
going to get
dying.
the A-bomb. It looked like it actually, turned around padded.
They're going to have to get it later. Yeah. Are they even going to... So they're not skipping this pack. I think both
you can't skip this pack.
Oh, you can't skip
You can't skip it. You can skip this pack that they're running into right now.
Yeah.
This is the pack you can skip. So if you hug right on that storefront there, you can skip that one. But that's one where we found the Tauren was potentially pulling, so that's why we again used a wand on that one.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there's the A-bomb, so they're gonna grab that guy.
Man, I'm pretty sure they're just dropping target dummies every time they do one of these larger pulls. I think one of them at least is dropping a target dummy.
And we brought those. We just totally forgot to drop them.
Oh man.
So, there's
you guys didn't really have any issues. Yeah.
There's one thing with being prepared. There's another thing about using the things you're preparing with.
Ooh. Okay. So they're popping invis right here. So this is, I think, what Baja Blast was attempting to do. They were going to pop an invis right here and run all the way up to this door. I guess, yeah, so that's skipping all these mobs out here. We're going to see, are all these guys engineers? Do they all have invis trinkets? Is this going to be another quick pop? Yep. Or maybe they trinketed that first one. They must have trinketed
the amount of hungering colds in this run. Everywhere is a hungering cold, or they've got a Might Menethil. That guy's got him put.
Are you jealous, Shrek? Are you a jealous boy?
Yeah, dude. Look at this guy. He's so stacked.
Man, they are at 10 minutes right now. I don't know. They don't have any more skips. They popped Invis Trinket, they pop into his pots. I think they're gonna actually have to just kill everything that's left. Oh man, are they just gonna run?
I think they're gonna do what we talked about doing, which is just
This is just
gonna
pop and fears. This is fear.
They're
fear,
just gonna
fear,
fear
fear.
everything and go straight for the boss. So we talked about doing this. We didn't really fear though, which we thought would just pull a lot of extra shit. But
oh man, he's melting. The stun. Oh man. Will is this gonna pay off?
Oh.
Is it gonna pay off? Is it gonna pay off? They're at 1034, 1035. Now they're dealing with all these mobs. It doesn't even matter though. It doesn't even matter.
36. Wow.
Whoa. With all these mobs. It doesn't
Absolutely
even matter though.
smashed our run. But
it
yeah,
doesn't
that's
even
gonna be a white.
matter.
And that's what when we tried that
Wow.
pull, we didn't fear quite though. We had our mage frost over them and gather them. But it's clear, that's a big risk, big reward pull,
That was, oh my god, that was intense. That was, clinching today, folks. We are clinching. When they didn't kill him before he transformed, because I assume that was their initial plan, was like, we got to kill him before he transforms. When they didn't do that, ooh, that was close.
I honestly don't think it's possible to kill him. I don't think you can batch it. Like, I don't think it is actually possible. We've seen a lot of groups get really close, but I've never seen them actually able to batch it.
Oh man, that was jeez. Rolada with the big host from everyone watching his stream. Thank you for the host, dude. That was insane. That was insane. EU strats coming in hot like they always do.
Yeah, I guess you can. We got a bunch of people in the chat saying you can batch it. I haven't seen it. Obviously, I don't thrash as you guys, hard as you guys do.
So that was a 1035, 1036, I believe.
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay. Man, we've got so much time now to analyze that. They gave us so much time. All right, here we have, this is the current, this is their team runs. I guess I need to update the standings as well. 1 second. I'll get the standings updated. We got to move some stuff around on here. Gosh, they just obliterated it. They just did. That was absolutely insane. I didn't even know a team was going to make it a run that fast, and we're so early on right now that
they walked into that dungeon and they said, "Bitch, better have my money." That's what they just did.
Jeez. So we got.
But yeah, I mean, so the thing that's interesting is outside of that, pulling the 3 packs, including the one after Unforgiven, their run was really strategy-wise no different than what we saw before. Their raw DPS output, as well as the additional buffs they had, was the difference maker. They even pulled a lot of the similar packs that the group previously had. They just had so much DPS to just blast through it. I mean, as we said, the Baron's buff, both for speed as well as for that armor buff, and then getting Sands, that was...
Oh man,
clearly a big difference maker, because they basically didn't take damage the majority of the run. There was never a worry that they were going to die until the very end, when it was clear that they had pulled a million things.
And so Meandao and Rolada, they're both in chat. They're saying like, you can absolutely kill him before he transforms. I'm sure that was their goal. Obviously, it didn't matter. They were still able to burst him down. But just another butt clenching moment. We're getting our glutes exercised today. Ah, man, that was absolutely. I didn't like. That's not something I even really thought about. Is just like, oh, just pull all of it. Just pull all of it. Pop fears, burn the boss. So, jeez. We're gonna have to see. The next team that's up is gonna be Legalized Plague Bloom. Man, they've got a weight on their shoulders now.
So I'm interested because I know Zoo is in the chat. Is there a reason you guys invis potted leading into the cathedral as opposed to saving that invis pot for the second section? I mean, obviously you guys, I think it sounds like you just knew that you'd be able to burn the boss down, but that little section, you really only have to kill about, I think it's 4 mobs too. But I guess I probably already answered my own question. Yeah, they were skipping it, exactly.
Yeah. I wonder.
That's very true.
Yeah,
I hope got it right. I kind of answered my own question.
They're skipping it, Shrek. Yeah, they're skipping it. You don't need to kill anything if you just run right by it. Pop fears. Jeez, that was absolutely insane. Do I think any of the rogue teams are going to send a rogue to solo a Ziggurat? There's a good chance. Absolutely, there's a chance. I hope so. I hope that these rogue teams do something to utilize the rogue, just like I hope that the hunter team does something to utilize the hunter. Because if you're going to try to compete against Zoo, what they just did by just going in and zugging, it's not going to work.
I mean, we'll see what legalized Plague Bloom will do, but in terms of raw firepower, again, I don't know legalized Plague Bloom's like what gear there. I don't know if we're gonna open up to another Gressel THC like characters.
Yeah. How many?
Like, I would not be surprised if the raw DPS we just saw is the most DPS we're gonna see for the day. And it may just come into these other teams executing strategies a little bit more efficiently is going to be the difference maker, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, how many teams? How many teams? At least Horde teams just watched this and went, "Oh shit, let's set up summons to Southern Barons like right now. We've got time. Let's set up." They're just like spamming their Discord, spamming their guild chat. They're like, "We need clickers. We need warlocks. We need to like run over there. We need to get all this stuff done like as soon as we can." I'm sure that it's like. It's at like the top of their list right now. Will it? I mean, obviously that paid off. Obviously the speed buff alone, the Razor Hide just like making it a complete joke. Gosh, that was just phenomenal. Like that. I mean, that broke records across the board, right? That was probably the fastest. That was the fastest undead I think I've ever seen. And then if they had actually started from like scratch and done the live run the way that they just did, I think that would have also been the fastest live run that we've ever seen. And you put them both together, like that was an incredible performance.
Absolutely. So the fastest strat live run we've got right now, at least currently on the leaderboards, is for 4 minutes and 10 seconds. So they did, I think it was 5 minutes and 30 seconds is roughly when they were exiting Undead side.
Yeah.
So between the Undead side, it was basically just another 5 minutes total. So had they just done that had it just been a live run, that would have been a world record live run as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. Jeez, I'm so excited because to be honest, like I knew Zoo was going to come. I knew they were going to show up and do really well, but they were not the team that I expected the most from today. Which just makes me all the more. I'm so excited. I'm so stoked to see what the rest of these teams are going to do, especially Return. I wonder if Return's excited, if they're thinking like, all right, that was a really good one. We're going to be able to showcase that we can beat it, or maybe they're shaking in their boots a little bit. Maybe they're thinking, geez, that full melee stack with all those Barons buffs, like that was pretty impressive.
Well, like I said, at this point, it's going to come down to innovation. Is really going to be the difference maker in the remaining teams. We'll see again what Team 4 legalized Plague Bloom's got, but I don't think we're going to see more DPS than what we just saw right now. But there's, as I said, it was a relatively standard route. There wasn't a lot of unique things that they had done besides the triple pull, which is again something we've already seen people do that, but doing it without a priest or a mage and executing it as cleanly and quickly as they did is definitely very impressive. That was much faster than what we were able to execute with a mage, frankly.
Yeah, absolutely. And the whole day I think is and what I really love about this, because so many conversations come up in the Classic Dungeon Speedrun Discord about like, oh, you're gonna let people flask pot, oh, you're gonna let people get full world buffs, like that's gonna carry teams, and I constantly try to reiterate like, no, that's not what's gonna win these competitions. It's always gonna be the teams that like practice and that come up with the best strategies and that execute those strategies. And I think today, so far we've seen like from Zoo, like it's a combination, right? Like, yeah, they had all those buffs, they had the Barons buffs, they had everything, but man, their execution was spot on. So it's super exciting. Like what Hobe is saying, does legalized Plague Bloom have DMF? If they have DMF in addition to all the stuff that Zoo just had, like that might actually just be enough to get them over the edge. When we drill down to the point where we're only dealing in seconds versus minutes, then obviously the buffs are going to matter a ton.
It's kind of an exciting space to be at. I mean, when it when we look at the dungeon speedrunning like Discord and the times we've got posted, usually what the difference between a first run and the new record-setting run is whole minutes. There's very few times it's been seconds, really. It's typically people are doing massive either innovations or coming in fully buffed and just chopping off full minutes. I mean, our time, even at 16 minutes, which again, 6 minutes slower than what we just saw, was still 5 minutes faster than the current posted time. So it's going to be really interesting as we continue to push the envelope with these runs, especially as people continue to get more and more just yoked out with max gear. Once we get into that point where it's really min-maxing a couple seconds and the RNG elements really will run precedent over what your time's actually going to be. If you just happen to get a good padding on it. And something you'll see with a lot of the priest teams that I'm sure we're going to see coming up, but we haven't seen because we've got no priest on deck right now, is mind visioning to get the padding started. Stratholme's a really big instance.
Oh, yeah.
And mind visioning starts the mob so you can control where their padding is. So some of these teams that are going for highly executed strategies that are trying to do unique pulls are going to be utilizing that to make sure that they know when the A-bomb is going to be in the spot they need them to be, or the gargoyles are going to be padding into that area, et cetera, et cetera. Like all those little things are going to add up a lot.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm really excited. I don't know if we're gonna get there in Classic, just with the current popularity of the Classic Dungeon speedrun Discord and the leaderboards. The goal was obviously to get to that point where like teams were fighting for seconds, but I think that going into TBC and Heroics, that's where like hopefully this will blow up and we'll be running dungeons kind of the same way that people run raids and speedrun raids, and it's absolutely coming down to like, have you planned out where the patrol will be at this exact moment in this exact time. So I'm definitely excited about all that. Our next team, the stream is up and running. They're ready to go. We have about 7 minutes until we want to get them started. I do want to say, someone mentioned in chat that they missed that 10-minute run. They just stepped away and they came back and it was over. I will be uploading this entire competition to the YouTube channel that I have, and obviously it'll be on my Twitch VODs as well. So anyone who's missed any of these runs, there will be a couple different avenues for you guys to watch them. There may even be a link over on warcrafttavern.com. So our sponsor today is warcrafttavern.com. And so they were in the works with them to potentially have some Classic Dungeon Speed specific pages set up that will have these past events, and maybe even moving forward have, more detailed information about the leaderboards and maybe something a little special on their website. So if you haven't already, check out our sponsor. I'll put a little command here in the chat. I am selling out.
Well, it's exciting. I mean, hopefully we're going to get some more details a little bit later today with BlizzCon on the future for TBC. But as we all know, heroic dungeon runs in TBC everyone's going to have to do it. If you want to actually do any of the raids, you're going to have to be doing those dungeons. So we're going to see a lot of inherent min-maxing in those dungeons just as TBC starts getting the ball rolling. So be really excited. I mean, we still got plenty of juice left in Classic. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm eager to see what we got cooked up for the next event. But already looking forward to TBC and just the inherent speedrunning culture that will be built into just because out of the necessity to do those dungeons.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's a reason to play your vanilla character, right? These characters, they're geared, they're ready to go. I think a lot of people, they think like, I've done it. I've killed KT. I'm done with Classic. But I really want these types of events. I know that there's a giant prize pool for a Naxxramas speed running competition that's coming up. I think Classic is getting to the point now where it's less about, gearing up and farming, and it's more about like, okay, now that we have all the stuff, now that we have all the gear and the consumes and everything, like how can we put it to use? And so hopefully our events will continue to do that. And then it seems like other organizations are also putting on events. So this might be a really, really fun time in WoW Classic, just because of all the different opportunities that are going to come up. And people should theoretically have the time and the energy to participate. and join in, because you're not dealing with progression, you're not looking ahead to future raid content or anything like that.
Absolutely. I mean, we're getting to the point where what's the point of having all this amazing gear if you're not going to utilize it? What's the point of raid logging after you just got Gressel, after you just got Might of Menethil, whatever you just got, Kingsfall? You got to utilize it. And there's no better way to just send it than doing these runs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I don't know about you guys. I like to smash. And it's pretty fun once you get this bisc gear just to come in and just absolutely blast these dungeons that you're doing these pulls, and those would have been wipes months, like even probably 4 or 5 months ago. That would have been a potential wipe on a few of those, that we have. And here we are now, and we're able to just absolutely melt them.
Oh yeah, I think it was even during your guys' run. I was commenting. I think you guys were all at, like, it was either you guys or maybe it was during Baja Blast run. Like, you were all half health. But like, you guys in half health in the gear that we have now, that's probably more health than we had when we were going into these dungeons to farm Prebis back in phase 1. We're so far beyond what is necessary to clear these dungeons that we get to do these fun things now.
Yeah, like 50% health is still like 5k HP on a warrior these days, which is like when you're playing war, which is just insane. Like,
yeah, it's game breaking, but at the same time, if you push yourself hard enough, then like you get to that point of, how broken are we versus like how much dumb stuff can we do, which is super exciting.
I see Kinson in the chat lamenting that he didn't get in. We'll talk, Kinson. We'll get you in our group for one of these runs. We'll put that aggressively used if your boys in Fury won't let you.
Oh man, that's not fair. He does have that Gressel though. He's got our only one. Our only one.
This guy continuing the trend of just THCs rule the world right now.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. So I was just talking about like, I wonder if Horde teams are gonna maybe show up in Southern Barrens.
He's already missing. I can't tell if that's the Barrens buff or Thorns right now, but he's already missing almost 3 minutes of it, which is a little rough. But
maybe he's gonna go repop it and repop the speed buff right now.
So he's got Goblin and Gnomish Rocket Boots. This guy came to game.
Yes. Oh man, Legalize Plague Bloom is coming up here next.
Oh, he's getting that summon, so it looks like he's just going to go straight into it.
They're getting all set up here. Yeah, looks like they're getting summons. Ooh, he got that. Oh, so here we go. He got that pre-summon. Now he's going to go refresh those buffs, and then he'll be back. Camp T speedrun. Yeah.
And you see, so he's already pre-popped Shadow Protection Potion. We pre-popped Frost, Shadow, and Nature Protection, and that definitely helps mitigate quite a bit of damage.
Yeah.
But they are also going here for the Sand buff, so they got us one up tier on the buffs already. So,
yeah, they got a nice showing off the Corrupted Ashbringer right there.
Yeah, we'll make sure he doesn't fly into
All right,
so
we're going to need a drop group here, though, so make sure you pass lead to Unholy Army and you kick everybody as soon as we do it.
We're going to have some comms.
On my summon. We need...
I'll get them turned down a little bit here.
Stellar is in their group.
What am I summoning right now?
I have a pending summon. Who does not have a pending summon?
Yeah.
You need a summon?
Alright, so they are...
I'm taking the summon. I'm going into Strat.
Okay, yeah.
We're getting set up here. Hopefully they don't have to deal with any shenanigans.
I still need a summon now. On my,
that would be a worry.
My guy now.
Oh, you do?
Yep, because it took a long time to summon Ally.
Yeah, Ally don't get that buff, but you guys get Paladin buffs.
I was gonna say,
so
you get all the Paladin buffs. Kings, I don't know. Would you rather have Kings or Baron's buff?
I mean, for these competitions, maybe Baron's buffs. When these runs are happening this fast, it might be that this is what you want.
Yeah, why not both? Yeah, you know what will be kind of fun is that pre-patch that you're talking about, where we'll be able to level up Paladins and Shamans. I'm really hoping that there'll be enough time that we'll be able to see Nax runs as well as potentially these, dungeon speed runs with Paladin Shamans on both Horde and Ally.
It looks like I might have to start my own timer. I got one started.
I clicked that timer 3 times and it never went.
I know. I've got one going, guys. Don't worry. I got one going. All right. I've been forgetting to do this, but I'll full screen this for you guys. So Shrek and I can literally just be voices from above, but you guys get a better view of this run. They're jumping in here. They're doing this big pull right off the bat. This one that Shrek was saying, like, Baja Blast skipped it, but that it's a good idea to grab just so that you can have a streamline run back to live side.
Well, it's interesting. They did not do much line of sight there. Help get them grouped up, and there's a lot of caster ads in here. So there you got the Diamond Flask going right now. They already had someone pre-open the gate, which is definitely a big brain move. They're going right into these ghoul packs, and it's interesting. That ghoul pack was one we specifically were like, we never need to pull that pack, so we're just going to avoid it. But it looks like they're going to try to skip the ghouls by the cart.
Yeah, they're jumping in here, getting a ton done. They're sticking to the right side, which I think is what you guys did. Grabbing, they've got a lot. Oh, he's currently shield walled in a web.
We actually went up on the left side because there's those guys and the casters in the corner to the right of the Baroness. We just felt that those guys were completely unnecessary. But they're going down that side, which is kind of interesting because there's a few guys in the middle. There's a Golem pack, a Banshee, as well as a Spider that if you pull Baroness, you can line a Cider on the right side of the Ziggurat. You could potentially skip some of those guys. I don't know if it's really worth it, though, frankly.
Jeez. All right, so they're jumping into Baroness. I think they still have extra trash up. They pulled. I mean, that was one of those padding things where they just had.
This is risky.
Gargoyle after gargoyle after gargoyle.
I can take the gold.
So yeah, they're trying to kill. So they do have an MC. Oh, he petried. He popped a Petri flask.
Wow.
These guys came to play, boys.
These are some gamers. These are some fucking gamers.
These guys are prepped and ready for this. They're still pushing these. Okay, so I think he's the one soloing all these.
Okay, it's coming.
So we don't necessarily know what the rest of the group's up to. I'm sure they're on their way to the Narub guy. He's gonna have to run around here because they did skip. They are skipping some trash.
It looks like they're going along the left side here. Again, this is the similar path that
followed. Jeez, they're skipping. If they're actually able to maintain all these skips, then it's maybe not. That fear.
So this area gets really dicey. There's a lot of stuff in this area that you can pull really easily.
Yeah.
And we found that we tried to line of sight and bring all the mobs into this corner, but Nubricon actually aggroed the casters that are to the left side of how he's oriented currently.
Oh, geez.
Sometimes it was a 50-50. They would kind of get pulled sometimes, even when we really were not trying to. So
yeah. He's soloing this again, having no problems whatsoever with this. Which must mean the rest of them are probably in the grate right now, doing the AoE. He needs to make sure he doesn't accidentally pull anything here.
The Shaman's been dropping Stone Skin for him every time at these packs, which absorbs a lot of damage for him.
Ooh, he's popping. Was that a Swiftness pot? I think so.
Yep, that's a Swiftness pot right there.
So he's popping a Swiftness here. I'm sure it'll be fine because they're gonna have more than 2 minutes between now and when they kill Baron and need to run back.
So something interesting that we actually didn't realize until after the speed run, we did it by accident. You can actually speed pot through that gate and skip the gate closing.
Oh, okay.
Which we literally, after our run, we were running back to Baron and we did it by accident. And we were like, wow, I wish we knew that for the run. Because then you don't need like 30 seconds waiting for the grate to open.
Yeah, I'm sure that's got to be worth it because you don't necessarily need that pot CD at this point in the run anyway.
No. Now they're pulling a lot. So it's interesting. They're going towards A-bomb section and then pulling back up towards the where the caster boss is, or for the third Ziggurat.
Yeah, I mean they have to kill most of this trash anyway.
Yeah, a chunk of this stuff. They went on the opposite side of the fountain than we did.
Yeah.
So I don't know that may be just a pick your poison. It's gonna go, either way. You gotta have to clear that stuff, or one of the section. But we found we avoided that area that they went in and actively cleared into.
Yeah, their shaman. I mean, so far I think every run that I've watched, I've been kind of paying attention to the shaman mana, and in almost every run they stayed over 50%, like almost the entire way through. Their shaman's already pretty low here. I bet he's gonna do some drink walking right here just to like try to help catch back up. He's got over 10k mana. He's got.
So they're gonna have to. I think what they're counting on is while he's killing the Ziggurat, they've got about a pack of ghouls they have to kill on the way to the A-bombs, but they're gonna have to wait for them to get into the gate. Otherwise, the gate's gonna close. So he'll have time to drink during that time.
Oh yeah,
that was when we utilized it. There's like 2 to 3 areas where
he just popped another swiftness pot. Nice. Just making sure that they get into this gate, get these A-bombs started sooner. I wonder if the guy behind him popped one, because if not... Okay.
See, the shaman should, yeah, the shaman's drinking right there. So while they're gathering up all these A-bombs, the shaman will just keep drinking for a little while.
Yeah. And just for reference, guys, right about now is when Zoo killed Baron. Like, Baron was dead for Zoo right about now. So these guys are a little ways behind. They might, you know, there might be different areas where they're able to make up some of this time, but it's crazy how much it comes to minutes rather than seconds with these runs right now.
Yeah. And I mean, look at this. So they're putting out 1.5 to 1.4k DPS right now. That's nothing to slouch at.
Yeah.
But look at how slow these are dying compared to what Zoo was killing. We didn't have a damage meter up for that, but they were doing potentially 2.5k DPS on those mobs easily consistent throughout the run. Like, it's the amount of DPS they were just pulling out. It's insane, honestly.
Yeah. Little ass blob.
Yeah, they got little blobs.
And they've got to drag all those ones because again, they have to be running through the door, otherwise they're going to get locked out come Ramstein. It's got a good margin for error, and even after you kill the A-bombs, there's a minute while you're waiting for it, so it's not too bad. But
all right. Staying up top, killing these ads. They're at 7 minutes in right now. So the crazy thing too is like these guys are still gonna beat the fastest time on the leaderboard. Like every team today is beating the fastest time on the leaderboard. Oh, they
by several minutes too.
They pulled him through the door.
Interesting.
So little bit of a speed boost here probably. Just a bit of a min-maxing.
I feel like I'm not sure how much that saves you. It's got to be only a couple seconds.
Last time we ran too fast, we pulled 9.
I thought they would keep kiting him into him and out here is what I thought they were about to try to do.
Yeah, I don't know if the main door to the Ziggurat opens until he dies.
So they saved their sappers for those skellies. That was a big advantage with the mage. We just let the mage run those skellies, and so we had sappers up for A-bombs off after the second gate when we get all the gargoyles and banshees initially, and then we had it for the section in the cathedral. We basically mapped it out. We'd get at most 3 sappers.
Okay, that's cool.
Ideally, we wanted to push to only have 2, but that's, you know, way she goes.
This is one of those, like, it's not hard to avoid all the trash that you skipped, but you might be thinking about other things as you're moving through here. You might make just a tiny mistake and accidentally pull an extra pack, and all that does is ruin all of your speed buffs as you're, like, pushing back through here.
And as I said, too, there's a few stationary paths that kind of have, like, they walk in a circle, and it's very easy to aggro those ones even if you're hugging the walls correctly. So there's a couple areas that can get a little bit dicey even when they are being mindful of it.
Okay, so he popped his Diamond Flask set. They're moving in this next trash. I think they're all basically here. So this is where he's getting slowed.
So yeah, so he's getting dazed here.
Yeah, he's getting slowed by Frostbolt. They got those ghouls, which are unnecessary. Just not as clean as the other runs have been. Still a giant pull here, though.
With the A-bomb pack. So this is where it's really important to get line of sight, because otherwise those casters are just going to hang out on the side.
Oh yeah,
I was trying to one-shot those as I was running, just so there were less things to deal with, but they're the most frustrating. That, and then you need to focus target the Unforgiven. As you can see,
so here they go. Hug right. They're already saying it. They're saying it in chat. Hug right. Avoid those ghouls. The less mobs you need to kill, the better. They've got 2 pulls here. They're gonna go. It looks like they're gonna go for a third big one. third, maybe more. Nope, they're just LOSing. Okay. I was like, are they going to go for 4? Just 3. Just 3. So they're just cleaning the others up. They do have gargoyles. I wonder, they must have had an eye at some point.
I'm gonna aggro the next one.
I don't think there's any other way they could have gargoyles right now.
Yeah, so we found consistently there was about at least 2, occasionally 3 sections that the eyes were spawning. After the second gate, after, you know, right after the entrance, there was an eye usually there, and there's typically an eye here as well. Sometimes there was an eye on the way between the third ziggurat and the A-bomb, but more often than not, the 2 ones we found right here. So they're going for the Isbev pot here. They're able to get this. They'll probably do again similar to what the other group did, which was the fearing all the mobs and just kind of
which just for reference, these guys are now at this point. Zoo was done with their run.
Yes.
So all that being said, we're paying out 3 places right now. These guys are still fighting for money for like you know, a second place.
I'm gonna use a shield, okay, for the last boss.
They probably don't even they probably not even recognizing where they are though, as far as like timing compared to other teams. Like they're just pushing as hard as they can.
I'm gonna charge them with the shield. We're gonna go.
There's someone in the chat, Cornbeto, who's mentioning why don't we just do a competition with no world buffs and limit classes? We actually did that literally in the last competition, as a matter of fact.
I'm gonna fear this.
So it's not that it hasn't been done before. It's that we wanted to do something a little bit different, you know, with each of the runs.
Yeah, we've done a couple different things with these. We did the very first run that we did. I didn't tell anyone what the dungeon was until the night before. The second one that we did.
Ooh, the target dummy at the entrance. That is really smart. That was a really smart move.
So let's see. Okay, so they weren't able to batch this.
I'm dead here. I'm dead. Kill him.
Now the one thing they kind of screwed themselves.
Oh man, he's at 51%. Oh no.
Oh fuck, we died.
Ah, rip. Hey,
Fair enough.
You know what? We gave it a good
We
run.
tried it.
Oh boy.
Jeez, I think.
So that's why we didn't do that strategy.
I think they're calling it there.
Yeah.
Ooh man.
GG.
Because the problem is they have all those invis paths that they skip too, so they'd have to go through all of them there.
Yeah.
That's rough, dude.
There's like, yeah, at that point, oh, that's super rough.
So what they screwed themselves is they started attacking mobs they had just feared. And the warrior fear is essentially one hit and it's broken. So they broke several of their own fears from what I could see during the run. As they were running in. So that's not what cost them their run there, but it's definitely some of that. There's a handful of mobs they didn't have to have on them as soon as they did.
Yeah. Man, that just shows how, I mean, we watched Zoo go in. We were like, wow, that was insane. But obviously they pulled it off. It just shows like how scary that really is.
They were sub 2 minutes off of Zoo. Sub 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Really not that. I mean, that's not a ton of time. It is like in speedrunning, but compared to the big gaps we've had in other groups, it's not as much. So they just weren't able to pull it off that last minute. They got super close, though. It's unfortunate. I mean, Zoo, honestly, would have been in a similar boat if they couldn't kill him in about, if they had 5 more seconds of kill time, they would have been a little bit more, it would have been dicey.
Jeez. Yeah, we have Unholy Army of One in chat. He's saying we tried to match. We never did that last strat. So that was their first time trying that, and they got very close. Oh, that's so scary.
Good try, though, dude. That was really tight. Really tight.
Yeah, it looked like you guys knew exactly what you were doing. So, man, very, very close. That would have been, I mean, that still would have been 3.5 minutes faster than the next time. I think it was worth doing just to, like, take the risk to try to make it happen. Because I think we're going to see other teams trying a very similar thing. And it might honestly come down to, like, the 3 teams that successfully execute that. So that was a very impressive run. Thank you, Unholy Army of One. Thank you guys, like, for participating. That's just like, oh, that's super rough. But you got to go big or go home there at the end of it. I totally get that.
I think he's bringing up a point, at a certain point when our group was going first, so we were setting the time. So we played a little bit more conservatively because our goals, we just said we don't want to not finish basically the run, especially as the first team. So as I said, the A-bomb strategy as well as that second, as the section leading into the final boss, we didn't go for those balls to the wall strategies that Zoo and League Life Playbloom was trying. I think it's obviously what you need to do to properly to get the kind of times that they were getting. But they were playing a different. They knew what they had to work for. They knew at the time they were playing against, and they came with the strategy of we're going to try and swing for the fences, get the win, and if we don't, so be it. We're either first or you're last. Is kind of that mentality, you know.
Yeah.
And I got to respect that. I got a lot of respect
absolutely.
For that.
I mean, that's what people want to see, right? As there's probably a bunch of doomers in the chat that are just watching these runs, hoping that something goes wrong. So maybe, you know, as unfortunate as it is, you kind of gave those people a little bit of what they were looking for. I totally respect it. I think that was, like, if you're going to do something like this, it's going to be so much more fun if you even adapt strategies last second to try to make them happen. Yeah, we got the doomers emote.
So I think it is interesting. We've talked about this in the other competitions where is it really an advantage to go first or go last? And because people say, well, they're just going to copy the strategies. And so far that's not been the case because most teams aren't really looking to take that kind of risk. They're saying, we're going to stick with what we're doing and we're not going to try to pivot to what other teams' strategy just because we saw them do it. And I think this is the first team we've seen try to pivot because they said that we're not going to get the win if we don't try it.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. We'll see if other teams try to do that. I don't think they will, though, because frankly, it's a very different group comp for the next several teams than what we've had preceding it. And the burst DPS is not going to quite be there with the with less warriors that they have. So I think they're going to have to, as I said, be a little bit more innovative, big-brained, a little bit more differently than these teams that just kind of. It was an innovative strategy, but it's still zugging at the end of the day.
Yeah,
like you're still going in and blasting a boss.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always going to be some element of zug in all of these competitions. It's just combining that with all the other elements to make it work really well, for sure. So we have 12 minutes here until the next team runs. Let's show you guys what the next team that's running is Danger Dolls. So this is I think this is our first alliance team. So this is 3 warriors, a rogue, and a paladin. So if you want to watch them, twitch.tv/blot270. This is going to be different. Hopefully, maybe not. Maybe the zug will still maintain across factions. But I think that for them to really shine, they're going to need that rogue to do something special, and they're going to need to do something to overcome all those barons buffs. So
we'll see what the paladin can do. I think, is this the only group with a paladin? Correct?
There's actually the last team that's going is the same comp. So we're going to get to see 2 of this 3 warrior, 1 rogue, 1 paladin comp.
Now, the big advantage the paladin's going to have is, it's the obvious answer, but it's the bubble. Frankly, there's a bunch of things like the silences as well as some of the CC that they'll potentially get the bubble out. So they don't have that chain heal, which is going to really struggle in a couple sections, particularly in the A-bomb section where there's a lot of AoE damage going out. The paladin's going to struggle with that since they don't have any prayer healing, any chain heals, but they'll be able to mitigate a lot more damage than what the shamans as well as the priests are going to be able to. And frankly, they're going to be able to put out quite a bit of damage in some of those AoE packs. So
all those consecrates,
Of the groups, I think this is one of the more interesting ones to see how frankly, they're walking in with some pretty big disadvantages, but there's also some very strong advantages to the class comp they're bringing. And it'll be heavily reliant, as you said, we got to see what this rogue's going to do. If there's anything unique that they're going to bring to the table that the other teams can't do because of their class comp. And we'll see how this paladin's able to keep up with the healing as well as help put out some damage. I mean, paladin's got that infinite mana battery, so they have that going for him. So mana will not be an issue.
Yeah, we haven't really seen... I don't think we've really seen mana come into a play yet. So we'll see, like, does that mean that the healers can be putting out more DPS? Like, are we going to see these priests doing a lot more DPS than the shaman were? Just because even if shaman have a ton of mana, there's not a ton they can do to help with, like, the damage and stuff. Like, they can throw out
Fire
some stuff.
Novas are like the mobs just turn and hit it like every time it feels like. So
yeah, I think with Shaman
Holy
it's.
Nova.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think with Shaman it's like it's earth shocking and interrupting basically on CD.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that was super helpful. So one thing that's really like I didn't really talk about was how often we had our mage and our shamans using Earthshock and counter spells to help get the banshees into better positioning, or to pull the banshees and bring them straight to us. So that's something some of these groups are not going to have. Which, depending on the last couple groups, it was an issue because they were just zogging everything down. But
yeah,
depending on the kind of pathing you're trying to go for, it can be a big boon for you.
Yeah, for sure. We have, so like I said, the next team, they're ready to go. They're just chilling for now. I did get an update. So unfortunately, Team 6 Mega, the one Hunter squad, they had an IRL issue come up where one of their players is not going to be able to attend. So that sucks for me in particular because I wanted to see what that Hunter was capable of. So we do have sort of a backup that we have a run that was submitted, a full strat run that was submitted on the leaderboard. So we might watch that and do more of a deep dive analysis of it during that time slot. So I hope that the player who had that issue, I hope that they're okay and that, nothing too serious, too wrong is going on. I wish them the best. But that does mean, so Danger Dolls, I believe Mega was one of the EU teams. They were the only Hunter team. But then after them, we are still going to have 2 more teams. So we'll do Danger Dolls, we'll do some filler, and then we're going to do Return and Night Elf or Nelf male pumpers to close it out. So we've still got 3 more official runs to do today. Lots of full strat to come. I'm hoping that we get... we continue to see some innovation, some new strategies. Someone in chat is mentioning the Nax tournament. Yes, there is. I mean, I'm not connected with it yet. I would love to help out with that in some way. For those of you who don't know, there's currently, it just got announced, I think yesterday, a Nax speedrun competition that has a $10,000 prize pool. So it's, from what I understand, it's over the course of 2 raid resets. So everyone involved gets 2 attempts to put up the fastest Nax speed clear time that they can. And the fastest team ends up winning like $4,500, $5,000, which when you split it 40 ways is not as much, but it's a massive tournament. That's what I'm talking about when I mentioned that there's so many cool things that we can still be doing in Classic WoW leading up to TBC. That's one of them. I'm really excited to watch it and to maybe get involved in some way if anyone from there is watching. Look what I'm doing here. Look at how great I look. Look at how dressed up. Look at the handlebar mustache. You guys can't see the mullet, but it's coming. It's growing. It's getting bigger.
Do we know what guilds are going to be participating in that event currently? I mean, I know you're not connected with it, but I'm just curious if there's any names been dropping.
So on there, they have a Discord server. One of the teams that is... one of the team captains is Lottie already. So.
Oh wow! So they're bringing out some big names.
Yeah. So I can give you guys more of a scoop. So they have Lottie's there. It looks like the GM of Rain is there, and then there's some other guild reps that are marked in here that I don't necessarily know which guilds they're representing, but I'm really excited about it. I think this is just gonna make it all the more fun. I think that one of the things that people have missed out on is how cool and how exciting speedrunning is in Vanilla WoW, because there's so much time and prep that goes into each individual run that when mistakes happen, they are just that much more critical. Like we saw in today's run already, like in that past run, it comes down to all these like minute details of execution. So something like a giant prize pool Nax speedrun competition, it's just going to be a ton of fun to watch. Even if it is over the course of 2 weeks, I think that every single one of those runs is just going to be, the most exciting Nax experience that you're going to get, and it's just going to be one after another. So I'm excited for that. I think it's going to be incredible. Please bring me on to cast. Please. Thank you.
It's really cool that they're going to be doing 2 runs, because we see so often these Nax runs, all it takes is one thing to go wrong and it's your run's over, as you were talking about. Like the whole thing's kaput. So it'll be interesting to see how they're able to, what they kind of go for the runs, if they're going to just go balls to wall for both of them, or they try one where they just say, let's just get a good like standard pace on this one, and the next one we're going to try all the bells and whistles. And we're kind of hitting a point with Nax that unless there's some really big innovation, like there needs to be a couple more pulls need to be innovated on for there to be significant drops in times. At this point, once we've hit the sub 1 hour mark and getting close to like the 55 minutes, you're really looking at these people are beating each other by at most a minute, if not more than that. So there's a lot of it'll be curious to see in this run if they try to pull out something that they've maybe been holding out for another circus. That they weren't quite ready to bust out yet.
Yeah, I think it's scheduled for. Let's see if it's on their Discord. It might not be on their Discord. It might be like because they did an announcement video and stuff. But I think it's scheduled for like March sometime. So it might be during.
Interesting with timing.
Yeah, I'm sure it's if they're really looking for the fastest times, it's got to be during the DMF week of March.
It's got to be, and I mean. I wouldn't be. We're definitely going to see sub 50 minutes next month. I wouldn't be. I think we're going to get kind of capped out at around 45-minute mark for Nax. As I said, unless we get some more wild innovation, it's probably going to be sitting at about 45 minutes. But 45 minutes is possible with what people are doing currently if they just, again, get some good RNG on their side and limit their deaths. That's one of the hardest things in Nax is people die. Like even in a really good run, people will die here and there, and so minimizing the deaths is massive.
Yeah. Is it Bubees69 is asking, are we ever going to see another Horde sub 1 hour Nax run? I think it's totally possible. Obviously, Onslaught was able to do it. RIP Onslaught. They are no longer going to be speedrunning. But I think if they can do it at the current state, like with the gear level that they had, as we continue forward and more Horde guilds continue to practice, continue to get better gear, I think, like what Shrek is saying, even Horde guilds are going to start hitting like the mid to low 50s. And a lot of it's just gear. It's gear and it's understanding of every little detail of the run itself. So we have about 2 minutes here.
Yeah, I mean, you got Senseless is already in that sub 1 hour club, and Calamity as well as BFR and then Dream State are right behind them. And then our boys in Zoo, you guys are sitting there at 1 hour and 5 minutes. So we've got a lot of Horde that are really pushing it. Both EU as well as some US. I mean, Space Force ain't far behind either. So we'll definitely see sub 1 hour Horde runs. It's going to be tough to get to 55 minutes or sub 55 minutes as Horde. I think that's going to be really it's a tall order, frankly.
Yeah. At a certain point, like, you can only pull so fast. You can only kill so fast. 105 Sage. Dude, you guys are crushing it. Absolutely. Let's see if we've got some sound here from these guys.
We're so close to that 50-minute mark. It's going to be really exciting when we get sub 50-minute in Nax. Like, it's unreal, honestly. It'll be faster than the best times we had in AQ. To be fair, AQ is a little bit shorter than I think anybody expected for speedrunning, but still.
AQ was very interesting as far as speedrunning goes, just with the trash requirements and everything. I think that if we had seen a more open requirement listing, like it would have been, we would have seen a lot faster runs. Like if there hadn't been all of the like post Twin Imps trash required and stuff.
Well, it just sucks that so much of it came down to how hard you were fishing. Honestly, like fishing became the game. Like, so we've got interesting. Both of our warriors are two-handed boys on this one. So as you know me, I love my two hands. I'm rocking that ash candy. Got that sweet mom ready to find her dad. And yeah, it looks like it's a sword rogue from what I can tell.
Hell yeah. Everything's in German too. I think this might be our only full German team.
So we got to get house music going.
I was kind of hoping they would have some going on the stream, but they don't, which is too bad. But it looks like they're gonna be ready to go here any moment. I'll also have my timer ready to go just in case. Just in case.
So they've also got sand buffs. It looks like they pre-popped nature and shadow protection potion, but I'm not seeing any frost protection, which, to be fair, there's only a couple guys that do frost damage. But all of my protection potions did run out by the end of the run, so it is damage.
Oh yeah, it's all it is like free. It's free damage absorb for sure.
Just saving your healer a little bit of mana. So they're doing that church pull like we were doing.
Yep.
They're having a little bit of tougher time gathering the mobs, though.
Yeah, they're having a lot of staggered mobs coming in.
So we found you really need to get into that corner for this one. So I would not have been in that doorway. You have to be really hard in that corner. Otherwise, the caster mobs tend to slack a little bit. And then even one or two of them seem to kind of clip on the corner.
Oh, man.
So that rogue.
Yeah, that rogue went out way ahead. Just saving some extra time right here. Hopefully, they're able to get a bit more utility out of the rogue than, you know, just sprinting ahead and opening gates. Which way are they going to go here? Which way are they going to go? Are they going to go for
Looks like they're cutting right side on this one because they pulled that ghoul pack.
Oh. Looks like they're going for the Anub. The Narub. Pulling in here fast. I think they got the mobs across the way just because of that gargoyle pat. That's unfortunate. Just like you were saying, man, sometimes it's the patrols that get extra mobs. If you pull the patrols at the wrong time, you're going to get extra mobs, and it's going to lead to this situation right here. This guy's able to solo both these casters pretty much no problem.
And that's literally why we did the casters and not went on the left side. Was because those casters just get melted. Like, as you saw, he just...
Oh, yeah, he just soloed both of them. No problem.
Yeah.
Popping Holy Waters early. Gotta kill that Gurfin Cheshire. I gotta love all the German.
Look at that name on that casters. You see that? That's...
Yeah.
Holy... The amount of syllables like are in these.
Oh yeah, this guy got the stopwatch off in time, guys. This guy is top tier stopwatch player right here.
Yeah, you're not watching a scrub like Shrek.
Watching you start it and stop it like 4 times in a row, just like trying to click it too fast.
Oh man, yeah.
All right, so easy kill there. Again, since they went this way, they're not going to go through that skip. He's popping a swiftness pot to just catch up right here. They're just going this conventional route, conventional UD strat route. Pulling extra mobs, multiple gargoyles. I can't tell if they're screeches or not. I assume they are. Ooh, extra mobs. So that was another thing. The rogue, I mean, when you're coming in here with a full stack of warriors, like, you have a better chance of being able to break and avoid those fears. That rogue doesn't have that same...
So the paladin bopped him, which was pretty clutch. I didn't realize bop could break a fear. But it looked like that's what it did. But he got it just a second late off.
Yeah. Oh, iLoud's letting me know with Kreischer at the end of their screechers. Thank you. We're learning. We're becoming smarter as we speak. Oh, man. The retail pop, but he didn't have threat when he did it. Okay. They are going to get...
Paladin pumping some DPS.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
They stunned him.
The Might of Metal the Warrior. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. No, it is. It is.
It is.
They have 2 Might of Metals. I didn't see that.
So they got through that okay. That's just extra time sync. At least, so that was the Pally play, right? Like, the Pally stun came in super clutch right there. Basically prevented the mind control target from starting to one-shot all of the rest of them.
So I'm not sure why they didn't Recklessness. If they had Recklessness because none of them use Recklessness. The guy who got MC'd popped... they popped Retaliation in the MC. So maybe they're trying to save it, but I personally think that's a mistake. The MC is one of the biggest time sucks, and it's the most reliant on burning them down. So I don't know what they're going to use it for different. Maybe they got some, as A-Loud said, maybe they're keeping it up for a crazy pull. And maybe I'm going to eat a second sock today, you know? But we'll see.
we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. So they're at 4.5 minutes already. So
this is around the same time our last group was kind of getting to the ziggurat.
Yeah. So they've got to clear this ziggurat and then head in, get all the A-bombs down. I'm kind of still, I mean, it's still one of those things like what extra things is the rogue going to be able to do? What extra things is this pally going to be able to do?
Well, the big thing I'm hoping the rogue will do is I think the rogue's going to come into more play in Strat Live. I'm willing to bet, I mean, I'm hoping that where the groups were fearing the groups at the end, instead the rogue's going to run in, sprint, scoop them all, and run off with it.
Yeah.
And just bring it to the back of the entrance. That's my guess, as well as this rogue could potentially help corral the Gigapole, as I'm kind of calling it.
Yeah, the full Strat
the Unforgiven, the full Strat Gigapole.
It's much more exclusive than the Faralina Gigapole.
Yes. Oh, the big ballers are doing it.
Yeah. All of the cool kids are out here doing full Strat runs. Everyone's thinking like, oh, next speed runs. Yeah, but really, it's the full Strat.
I just was pointing out, and that's kind of what I was saying, that they could potentially save an invis pot at the entrance of the cathedral if the rogue just goes and scoops everything off and then vanishes away. So, and then they wouldn't have to even bother with fearing in the last room. So we'll see. I'm holding out hope that this rogue's about to bust something out different.
Yeah,
been pretty standard so far.
Yeah, it's super hard to know. Just like, did they have an intent and a purpose behind bringing the rogue, or was it, they needed the body?
Who's here? Yeah. So one of the other things that's a little bit more RNG, it's a very small factor, but is a factor, is the holy water boxes, the supply stashes, because we tried to avoid them, but there's a couple of those paths where for the pathing, you really can't get around them too much without pulling a bunch of extra stuff. And getting the bugs, having a mage for that was incredibly helpful. But trying to target those bugs as a warrior is awful.
You can't tab target them. Yeah, they're the worst thing about doing
and they
Strat.
Keep you in combat. So we had a few times where our shaman had designated drinking spots and time where he could get a couple drink ticks off, and the bugs kept him in combat.
Yeah.
As you saw, mana wasn't really an issue, but to be fair, I mean, we're flasked and everything like that, so
it's just it just throws you off, right? It's one of those elements that's you can't necessarily control run to run, and when it starts becoming an issue, it's just one more thing that you have to think about and consider as you're going, and the more you can limit that, the better. But yeah, these guys are they're on pace to still beat the leaderboard run for UD Strat. I think it's going to be close.
Not seeing a lot of sappers. I mean, he literally doesn't have any sappers with him. And I haven't seen any dynamite plays. And dynamite was a huge part of our DPS for a few of these sections.
Yeah.
Particularly as a group, I mean, even with a mage, but if you don't have a mage, it really makes up for it.
Yeah, well, that adds in, maybe he doesn't have those things because he's not an engineer, which just means, we know then that they can't use the Invis Trinket to get that extra boost during live side, which
he's got to be an engineer because he's got sapper on his bars. Otherwise, I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Yeah.
Oh, they did use dynamite in the church, as Aloud is pointing out. So I missed that part.
Oh, that's true.
But
yeah.
The thing I love about dynamite, it's a minute cooldown. It does put your sapper on cooldown, and it does put holy water on cooldown, but
it's only a minute. Yeah.
It's only a minute, so you can get a lot off. This is going to probably be a dynamite play right here.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah. All right, so they're at 840, 850. I think they're going to start. Yeah, so swiftness pots.
They got a Skull of Impending Doom, it looks like, equipped.
Yep. He's popping Skull of Impending Doom. Well, he's probably waiting until the swiftness pot wears off.
And they're using
that name of that skull.
Swiftness Zanza. Oh wow. Schraden den Hunden Rodimas. But it's interesting. So we went for the Stam Zanzas. They went for the Speed Zanzas, which doesn't stack with ZG. It ends up netting, I think it's about a 5% additional. Don't get those ghouls. It's about a 5% additional speed boost, which for this particular, like, this is the biggest time suck for running, is getting back into that live section. It may be worth it just for that. We were kind of stacking Stam because, as I said, there was a couple pulls were getting a little bit dicey.
Oh,
and
yeah.
just wanted to make sure we had that safety net.
Yeah, I think it's super tough to say. I mean, you could end up like you could use multiple, right? Like you could have the Stam pre-popped, and then when you get to that portion where you have to run back to live, you pop the speed, and then when you get back over here, then you pop another Stam. But not everyone is.
So there's that eye. That's
not
one of the
everyone's
eyes I was
thinking
talking
about that.
can kind of pop up and screw you over. So that was some bad luck on that
Yeah.
one. But
These guys are
really quick.
Not doing the Gigapull.
They got the 2-packs. So this is basically what we did minus Unforgiven.
Yep. Now they're moving into Unforgiven. It's just, yeah, at this point it's,
So one thing that's kind of interesting.
Give me those big pulls. Come on.
One of the big advantages that like Zoo had, because all their warriors were dual wielding, they were able to use the consecrated sharpening stones, which is 100 AP, which is really big. So that's one of the big disadvantages, which I kind of considered as a two-hander, was on Horde side, you're not going to be able to use the consecrated sharpening stones because you're using Wind Fury. These guys, as obviously as Alliance, have the option to, but and it looks like they are, as you can see in the top right corner, they have Ash Candy's got it going, which is it adds up really quick, especially when you're doing Sweeping Strikes Whirlwind a lot. But
oh, they got crate bugs doing a double.
So they're
pull
going
right
straight
here.
through all these things. So this is the I'd say we're coming up on the section where the rogue can shine potentially.
Yeah,
this is where we'll get to see if the rogue's going to actually do something rogue-like.
We'll see. I mean, they're still, if they execute, even without the rogue doing crazy rogue things, if they execute all these skips correctly, they could still easily take like the second place spot right now. They're on a really good pace.
I just pointed out, which I think is the big brain plan, we definitely should have done this, is they swapped from a speed to the Stam Xanta.
Yeah.
After they got through that initial transition.
Yeah. Just min-maxing every little bit. So these
Stern Reuben.
So yeah. So they're opting to do more of what you guys did right here, which is to just not use invis for this initial part of like leading up to Cathedral. They're just pulling the mobs up to the top of these stairs, hoping that, I guess, they don't get the ads at this point.
It's super easy to avoid if you kill them when they run, and that's the mistake we made. Now they just got the nifty stopwatch on, so it's 30 seconds. It may not be up in time, but they're going to kill this pack. It doesn't look like they're going to be using engineering trinkets though, so I'm assuming they're going to invis off
Not
of
yet.
this
Jeez.
one. They're just going for it, huh?
They're just the most Zug team of the day is actually Alliance EU. That was completely unexpected. We're so used to the NA Horde guilds going full Zug.
There's some sappers going out there. There we go.
Oh yeah, they're pumping damage.
Yeah, no damage meter. Where is it? Come on,
we
boys.
want to see those damage.
I want to
see
those big boy numbers.
Absolutely.
They did pull that extra mob, so they pulled on the side the mini boss here.
Yeah.
Which honestly, it's very easy to pull that guy. There's not a lot of like movement space in these halls, and they all run away. So it's very easy, especially if you're popping demos. But I'll be interested to see if it looks like they're gonna just try to clear the rest of it. No invis spots on this one. It's interesting.
Yeah, they're giving you guys a real shot at this. They're just.
And here's the big downfall: is he doesn't have weapon chain, and he doesn't have disarm. He doesn't have like strongholds or death grips, so he's getting disarmed, which is just brutal, absolutely brutal as a two-hander.
Now they're utilizing the invis. Here we go.
See, they didn't even need the nifty stopwatch for this section, though. Because it's a long enough. If you're not using the Gnomish cloaking device, you don't need nifty stopwatch for that section.
I think where's the the rogue is missing, it seems like. Oh, did the rogue die? I think the rogue might have died on that last pull that they did. Or maybe he screwed up the invis or something. But they don't have the rogue right now. It's not a big deal. Looks like they got 1443.
Still smashed us by 2 minutes.
Still smashed it.
What was that plan? What is that plan? I can't even tell.
Oh, I think that's the it's the Trachten de Warengloben. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, everybody knows about that plan.
Yeah, I hope it's just a John Deere tractor.
John Deere. It's just it's a recipe for stroganoff. That's really what it is.
Well, they smashed our time by a solid minute 30, and honestly used arguably less strategies than we did in a couple sections. So they zugged harder than we zagged.
Yes, they did. Man, they zugged super hard for being an alliance team. So 1443.
Oh, it's the Truth Faith Vestments. That's what it is.
Oh yeah. I thought you were just I thought you knew that.
No, I'm just dumb.
All right, so they are at 1443, which puts them in second place.
I thought it might have been the Distilled Wisdom, but I don't think that's a purple pattern.
No, it's a green one, I'm pretty sure. So that was Danger Dolls. They are now in, I'll show you guys here in a sec. So these are our new standings. So Zoo still with that dominant 1035. Then Danger Dolls coming in with a 1443. Hashtag sponsored by Mike's Hard Lemonade. Shrek's team here at 1612. Baja Blast has been pushed out of the top 3. So my guild showing up strong as performers more than anything. So,
hey, not half. A little bit less than half of our team was Fury too. So
that's true. We've got representation.
We're clinging onto that third spot. I don't know if we'll hold on to it, but
yeah,
we're living that Bon Jovi lifestyle here of living on a prayer.
Everything's up to the other team. So, like I said, Mega, they reached out. They aren't going to be able to participate. So our next team is not actually scheduled to start until, what would that be, like about 43 minutes from now, 42 minutes from now. So I think the best thing that we can do right now is we might do just a quick break. We can refresh our beverages. We can go to the bathroom. And then I think if it sounds good to you, Shrek, we might watch the full strat that was posted on the leaderboard that was actually posted about a week before this competition took place and was probably a resource for most of these teams.
We definitely watched it.
Yeah.
I can tell you that much. So yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so we're gonna do like a quick like 3 to 4 minute break here, and then we'll be right back, guys. So don't go anywhere. We've got more runs to come, and I think it's gonna ramp up from here. So stick around. All right, guys. I don't know if Shrek's back.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, hello, Shrek. Oh, that was an abrupt change of audio. All right, let's get this back out here. So again, just as another update, Mega will not be able to join us for today, but we have a backup plan, as we do always at Classic Dungeon Speed events. So we're gonna check out this full STRATHOLME leaderboard attempt. Oh, it's just pulling it right up.
Who is USA?
Oh my gosh, no. Sorry about that, guys. Production quality has gone downhill. So,
somebody's getting fired in the production crew.
yeah, that production person will no longer be with us. We'll see here. I'll kind of cue this up to the start of this run, and then at any point, Shrek, if you want me to like pause stuff or whatever, so that we can talk about it. Again, this is, I think, one of the resources that a lot of teams, like you guys said, you used it. I think a lot of teams did. If anything happens in here that you're like, hey, that was an important piece, just let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some kind of interesting moments in there, and it's a fun run to watch because you can tell it's a little bit they're flying by the seat of their pants during it to an extent.
Yeah.
But like, real quick, pause it right now. There's just something I want to show.
Okay. I don't know how well it's gonna.
All those buffs. Like, look at that. He has got the defense buff, the hit buff, and the healing power buff from the Valentine's Day event. He's got Sands. He's got Dark Moon Fair. He's got the firework event from the Lunar Fair. Like, the amount of buffs they have walking into this run, including all the protection potions, and they even have the like, is just unreal. There's so many buffs, dude. And he's even, which makes sense because they're using the priest. He's using double crit stones on that.
Jeez.
So you can just run. But this actually factors in a little bit later. So I just wanted to highlight that out now.
Yeah, absolutely. I do remember watching this run and thinking, wow, they are buffed up. But it's good to point out. And we actually have Dig Smash. So you guys see Dig Smash is the warrior in this run. He's in chat right now. And he's saying that this was the first time doing any kind of speed run. They didn't do any practice. They just got fully buffed and they went in. And they're hoping to improve on this run and I think even compete in future competitions. So if like this was these guys went all out for this like just one-off run. This is like
this is just their Tuesday. Like,
oh yeah,
they woke up like this.
They were just like, hey, we don't need that. We don't need like a DMF buff for a day or two for like until our next raid. Like, let's just grab everything and do a quick full strat. Why not?
I love that though. To me, that's like the spirit. We've had a few runs that you and I have done, Duran, that has just been, I got some time. We want to check out this dungeon, get a couple runs in before the competition just to see what it's like. Let's just go do it. And we've put something up on the leaderboard. But something you'll notice, he's already clicked off a few of these buffs because he already lost his Dire Maul tribute buffs.
Yeah.
Because he went over hit cap, or buff cap rather.
Oh yeah.
So something that we actually talked about because we watched this run is managing the buff cap and which one we wanted to actually be focused. We never really were pushing buff cap with our run because we weren't getting the Baron's buffs and things like that, but that was definitely could have been a concern for some of those groups, particularly the ones that are rocking Fury, where you can get those Enrage, Fury, as well as Death Wish procs all running at the same time. It's just a recipe for things getting pushed off.
Yeah. I think that's one of the things in Classic that's just like, it's one of those things that like having it makes people think about that stuff more, but I don't know if I think it's like a net negative across the board, just like, oh, players can't fully buff to their like heart's desire.
Yeah, you can point it out as an interesting level of min-maxing and fine-tuning, or you can just say it's annoying. I depending on the day of the week, it's generally just annoying to me. We're in a consume game. Let me just blast.
Yeah. So these guys, they're going this like I think what is considered more of the speedrun route, going through getting the Baroness first and then coming back for the Narub boss. So even though this is like a one-off attempt, like they had, I think, probably looked at what was the undead strategy and what was the live strategy from the leaderboards, and said like, all right, let's do our best to combine those two. Which is
which was funny because so they posted this about a week ago, as we said. I had literally to the team, the initial team, which we ended up changing some personnel. I had sent out the old Strat full runs that were on there. I had to resend out all our materials because literally I posted it, and then an hour later this got posted.
Oh man, I was so amazed that these guys did this. Like, I think they may have seen the announcement for the competition. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they were just like, hey, the full Strat leaderboard like looks like it's up for the taking. But the fact that this came out like a week before the competition, I was like, ooh, this is gonna, if anything, it's gonna help, right? It's gonna have everyone playing better, because it's just another good example, good resource.
So this is a very similar comp to what we ran, minus, again, they have a priest instead of a shaman. This is one of the big mistakes that they made in this run, is they didn't wait to all go in. And then the second one is they didn't wait to sapper, because it basically, the bugs come out in 3 waves. They have one in the middle, one that comes from the side that you're in, and then one that comes from the side that you're exiting. You have to kind of wait an extra couple seconds to blast them all at once. Now, it is time locked, that gate, as I pointed out before. So even if they melt them all down, you're kind of waiting for a second. So that's something we debated, was is it better to have the mage go in and do the ziggurat, or do you have the mage go in and clear the gate while you're finishing off Nubricon, and then the warriors go clear that ziggurat? We obviously the warriors just went for it because we felt Dance Dynamite was super easy, but had we had more practice sessions, I would have played around with that a little bit more. I think that's another like area you can fine tune, especially since, as I said, we discovered that you can swift as pos through this.
Yeah.
So they're pulling. This is one of the weak spots of this run. They pull a ton of unnecessary things. So they just pulled a bunch of stuff that they did not need to, particularly in this section, and then the section between the spider and the Baroness.
Yeah, and again, it's like, we have people in the chat sort of saying like, yeah, for first attempt, this was very, very good. I think like, yeah, there's a lot they probably even learned from this, and it shows through, right? There's a lot of unnecessary things done here, a lot of like little small things that are able to get fixed. Even Dig Smash is saying like they were planning to compete, but they couldn't. So I think that maybe this was like, if anything, this might have been like, hey, let's go practice this run a little bit and see how it goes. So this might have been just them, like their first building block is they put this run in, and to see them do it this way, this pace, and all these things that they could improve on, like it would have been really cool to see them come in today and just like push even harder.
It's a great benchmark. And they've got a great comp. Like, I mean, their hordes, missing the shaman does suck. A big thing about the shaman too is they've got the poison cleansing, and there's a lot of poison that goes out on this instance. It's predominantly disease, poison, and then there's some pretty nasty curses. Dispelling isn't really as much of a thing. So while in a few of those other raids, dispelling is massively important, it's not as important for this one. So that is where they miss out a little bit on the priest, but where they gain is that efficiency. Now, we tried a couple different ways. There's, from what I can tell, there's no way to not pull those ghouls. You can't thread the needle on that. You're either pulling one of those 2 packs there.
Oh, are they missing?
So this is the problem they run into. Their mage, and this is what I was talking about earlier, their mage is going to aggro one of the banshees, and you see how that banshee's going in and padding out. It's going to aggro that one as well, I think.
Yeah. So this is all stuff that they can absolutely improve upon, which is... It's almost good to see. Like, I hope that they, like I know Dwig is watching this, but I hope that they look at this and say like, man, look at how good we did and how much we can improve on. Because that's like, anytime you're doing anything, whether it's WoW or anything related to that, like if you can just like look at how you've done and say like, look at all these like ways that we can improve, like that's a fun thing to do. Oh, they just lost the mage. Jeez.
So, Dig is in the chat, and as he said, he's they brought a priest because I was the only person who was interested in doing it. It's not a bad move. As we said, Holy Nova in a couple of sections is incredibly strong. So when we were thinking about our comps, we a few times considered ditching the shaman and going for a priest. Just to not ditch, that's a rude way of putting it. Swapping out the shaman for a priest. for both Holy Nova as well as a little bit more mana efficiency, but mana really wasn't a problem throughout it for our healer. I don't even know if our guy even popped any demonic runes during the run because it wasn't enough of an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, Holy Nova definitely costs a lot, but yeah, to Shrek's point, I think that most of the healers throughout all the runs that we've seen have been pretty high on mana. Like, they've had that mana to spare, and a Priest Hola Novaing at the right times in these runs on these like giant poles is going to be insane DPS. Like, it's going to be way more DPS than a Shaman or a Paladin would be able to contribute.
The real problem with Fire Nova Totem is it always gets knocked down before the blast actually goes out, and it's very delayed, which is not as much an issue in these kinds of runs where you're already pulling them into a corner. But I mained the Warrior, but I also made a Shaman too for a long time, and even like, you know, when I'm an AQ and we're killing the Burrowers on the Warrior packs or a number of things, even the Skitterers, it can be tough to get those Fire Novas out. Not impossible, definitely very, very doable, but still can be a little bit finicky.
Yeah. So they're in here implementing all the same strats that we've seen I think that, like, man, the first time anyone submitted a UD strat run where they went through the door and killed Ramstein inside, like, that was such a game-breaking moment, and now it's just become a regular thing.
Well, it's like you were talking about. It's in like we were talking about the Gigapole. Like, now that was the craziest thing I'd ever seen for Fairlina and Nax. Seeing people do that, and now it's just standard operating practice. If you're not doing a Gigapole, you're not speedrunning. And the same things now happen too within Gothic on Nax, where they're pulling the trash through the undead side, and that's just. All these things that the first time you see it are just mind-blowing, like crazy kind of big brain plays, and it just becomes second nature in the expectation that if you're not doing it, you're already putting yourself at a disadvantage.
Yeah. Oh, see, here they get even more trash. Yeah. Just little things.
So that's what I was talking about. They didn't get the Banshee when they were waiting on the mage.
They're coming for you.
They got on it. Sorry, risky neighborhood, you know?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Shrek, we got to get you into a better neighborhood.
Maybe with this, you know, $60 I could have won. I could have made it.
That would have been the difference. What are we doing? I'll just have to do more competitions, give you more opportunities.
Yeah, dude. Just give me monies. Get me out of this dangerous neighborhood I live in.
Also, the cat jam I'm digging.
I just was pointing out that Zoo had Paladin buffs. I did not catch that. Maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention.
What?
But
did they? Zoo had full Barons buffs plus Paladin buffs. Can I might be able to look at this up.
So we need to
Zoo mind control the Paladin. What? I mean, that's impressive.
Okay.
Where's my okay? I'm gonna look this up while this run is still going. I'm fine.
I don't know how I missed that, but just getting kings for that kind of run, and might, that explains why a lot. I mean, don't get me wrong, Gressel THC speaks for a lot of it, but the additional kings and might, that's a big boon in DPS for them.
All right,
combined with the Wind Fury.
We gotta find Zoo here. That's you guys.
Zoo's just giving us a little flavor of what might be to come in the next couple months.
I don't.
So again, we've talked a lot about that ghoul pack that you don't need to pull going in Unforgiven. They just charge right into it.
I don't see. You know, yeah, I've got them pulled up. Oh no, this isn't them. I'm on the wrong team again. Let's see. Move ahead.
Yeah, it would have had to have been the 5-minute buffs because the 10-minute ones will drop because they wouldn't be in the same raid group, I imagine.
Yeah. Ooh. Yep. Might and kings. Jeez. Okay. Okay, Zoo. All right. I see you guys.
That's what we're talking about.
5-minute buffs. Man. Jeez. Okay. We did not give credit where credit was due with that one. Not at all.
Thank you for catching that in the chat.
Oh, yes. Thank you, chat. Thank you. That's insane.
Twitch chat, always looking out.
Always looking out or pointing out your mistakes.
Or just
one or the other.
You hate yourself.
I appreciate you all, Twitch chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the support. Again, if it hadn't been for our wonderful sponsor, WarcraftTavern.com, all of this would have been coming from you guys, basically. Like, you guys following the channel, you guys donating, subscribing, all that. Like, it all comes from you guys. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for everything today. For the follows, it's awesome. Hopefully we can keep this going. Hopefully WarcraftTavern.com has liked what we've done today, and they'll maybe keep sponsoring these competitions.
This is where they lose a lot of time. Is they don't do any invis pots, they don't do any Novice cloaking devices or anything for this whole cathedral section, and they also pull a lot of stuff that they don't need to be pulling here. Which again, it comes down to that he mentioned, like, they just went in and just sent it. Like, they just absolutely went for it. And like, there's something to be said for the amount of DPS they're doing that allowed them to do it, but it does show in kind of the pathing doing that it was clear that it was a let's get forward, boys.
Yeah, I think that it's just a testament. I think this whole run is just like, hey, if you go in here without practicing anything, you're just like fully buffed, and you're just like, hey, let's just run a full strat and just move at as fast a pace as we can. Like, this is that example of here's where you start with your prep for doing this type of event. And even though this is like the first attempt, the like I said, the building block of these, like, of everything that probably happened today, or at least similar to it, they still did this in like 18 minutes. Like, this is still insanely fast. It's still, I think, faster than anyone. Like, if you went into anyone's like Discord, or we're just like talking in game, and you're like, hey, does anyone want to do a full strat? Like, I've got 20 minutes. If we start like right now, like, people would laugh at you, you know. But
just imagine going back in time and sending someone this run in like original vanilla.
Oh yeah.
And their brain would just melt.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible what we're doing with raids, but this is like what we're able to do with dungeons is just extra fun for me. Extra fun. Yeah. I realize, like, yeah, you need full buffs to kind of do what these guys are doing, but I think it's just, I love dungeons. I think that it's a ton of fun. Man, they're getting a lot of mobs right here. Man, the charges too. Can we take a second to talk about, if you're a caster or a ranged class, Cathedral sucks with those charges. And I think that teams have done a really good job of mitigating those charges, especially on their healers, but super annoying.
Yeah, it can go really, if you're not diligent about your positioning and where your back is going, it's very easy to have those charges blast you into a lot of additional stuff.
Yeah.
It's a very simple mechanic to mitigate, but it's one of those things, if you're slack and not paying attention, you'll pay for it in spades, you know?
So this is not the team that so this is a team that I think would have competed if they had been able to, but this team actually, they submitted this run about a week before the competition, just as like a, hey, we wish we could be there, here's what we put together. The team that had to call out today, we don't have any sort of submitted run from them, which it's tricky. The way that this is set up, we want all the runs to be live, because we want the mistakes to have weight to them, I guess. Kind of what we saw already today. Like, making one mistake can cost you the whole thing. So that's why everything has been live so far with all these runs, with all these competitions. We like having them be live, because I think anyone can go and like have a near perfect run on like the PTR on their like 27th attempt and just submit that. But doing it live is a whole nother animal. Ooh, the mage died once more.
It definitely adds the element of it, of like, with these dungeons, as we've talked about, there's just a lot of like inherent RNG elements and things like that as you practice, you learn how to mitigate and manage those RNG elements and reduce the RNG down to, you're never going to get it to 0, but you can get it as close as possible to 0. And the live elements allow people that are putting that effort to make that happen. Like, it's a showcase for them, as far as I'm concerned. You can really tell when somebody's doing that, and we saw it so much in the previous dungeon runs too. You know.
Yeah. Oh man, that
one day we'll get you 100, and we'll get you 100 in one of these runs.
I mean, maybe I just have to do it. Maybe I just need to force my guildies to just go and do like a full strat, and then I can be the one that's pushing the hunter stuff to
then
the
you
max.
win the competition, and you get to have a Lottie grats me moment. You know,
yeah, grats me. Yeah.
Where you get to live stream you Venmoing yourself money.
Yeah. And this money goes to me. Wow. Let me just send that over real quick. But yeah, this is a great run. I'm super appreciative that they submitted this. Because I didn't really know what to expect from a full run, and having them submit this in even without like the different skips and even without the stuff that the errors I guess that they made. Like it helped me with timing wise, like how long a run's going to take, but also it gave me an idea of like, wow, if you do everything, what are you capable of? What are teams capable of? So thank you guys. It's the Entropy Gang for submitting that. They currently have the top spot on the leaderboard, but after today's competition, the winner, not only will the winner be immortalized as the winner of the 3rd Classic Dungeon Speed competition, they will also take the top spot on the leaderboard, just based on what we have already seen today. So we've got about 15 minutes here until it's going to be return. So return is going next. So return is, I think they currently have the fastest live.
That's run. What I was about to say. They had the fastest run, which them and another group, which they only lost by 13 seconds.
Yeah.
The group Pulse. Those were the first 2 teams, both EU teams, that popped invis pots when we were initially starting kind of these hosting the live events and whatnot. So
yeah, so for anyone who missed out, we actually did sort of an informal competition where I basically opened it up and said like, hey, over the course of this month, let's focus on this one dungeon and we'll do like a really small cash prize, and then that way, you know, it gets people interested in the leaderboards, looking at the leaderboards, doing stuff with that. And so we chose Strat Live, and so we got to see some really exciting Strat Live runs, which I think blew people's minds, because people, like what Shrek was saying, like we saw teams doing live Strat in like 5 minutes from start to finish. And that, again, fed into what we did today. So,
and that's been the crux of not obviously if we're not undead strategy's been pretty static overall, but those live runs have been the crux of the strategy that majority of teams have at least in some form utilized in all of their runs, both either chain pulling stuff leading to Unforgiven and or the invis pots and kind of that rotation on that. The biggest thing we've seen is just they invis pot once they're inside the cathedral, as well as use the gnomish cloaking device. Other groups have been using the invis pot getting through the courtyard into cathedral, and then just fear bombing and trying to CC the last hallway instead. So that's been kind of the main difference between the live runs that we're seeing now and what those runs were posted. But that return run, as well as the pulse run, set the precedent that we've been kind of been watching all day.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm super excited to see what return does, because they've shown, like, even before anyone else was really doing those crazy skips on live side, like they either, you know, came up with it, or they were, you know, one of the first groups to really like test it out and try it. So I think they're going to be, not only do they have that under their belt, like anyone who's familiar with private servers, Return is an established guild from private servers that I think they came into Classic and played pretty competitively at the beginning of Classic, and then I think they kind of got bored with the game. And I talked to a few of them, and they came back during AQ40. They wanted to do Nax, and they've had, I think, a ton of fun doing these dungeon speedrunning events. So I'm really excited to just watch them in general. They're very talented players, and they were my I guess like sleeper pick for today, but realistically, just like they're just my regular pick. So we'll see how they're able to do. They're currently getting ready. They're getting set up. We've got about 12 more minutes while they do that. If you guys haven't already checked out our sponsor for today, warcrafttavern.com, Streamlabs just hit chat with the link. Again, built by people who love Classic WoW, for people who love Classic WoW, with guides, tools, news, and community. For all things Classic WoW, they are moving into TPC with tons of different materials for anyone that's, maybe you're not 100% confident on what exactly you need to be doing in TBC to start. Maybe you're just looking for that extra edge. Check out warcrafttavern.com, and they're only going to continue to grow. Like, their plan is to just keep ramping up as TBC comes along, and even release some tools that aren't necessarily out there, or they're not out there or done very well. So definitely want to check them out.
I'd be curious to hear from the chat, like, what do you guys want to see for the next speedrunning competition? Like, where do you want to go? Like, we've gone to Skolo, we've done Strat, done DM West, so we've explored the vast undead, and the other reaches of Calibdor. I'm curious what anybody have any opinions on where they'd like to see it be taken to next?
Yeah, we have someone saying strategizing how to best do a full Blackrock Spire. We actually had a full Blackrock Spire event planned, but due to the holidays, due to next coming out, due to, I think, the rule set even, it fizzled out, and we weren't able to get enough teams, enough interest to put on the full Blackrock Spire. I think it's also a really tough one to do, just because from what I understand, you cannot skip the Rind event. So that's a long time that a group is stuck doing some pretty boring things. Although I know that there are ways kind of around that. Like, you could send a group up to do that event while the rest of the people are focusing on like lower Blackrock Spire. So that might be an interesting thing to do. It's still one of those that I think would be really fun to see how teams optimize it as best as they can. I also know that, the strategy might be to just do an Ubers and then jump down and just like kill Wormthalak super easy like that. But that's sort of on the back burner. People saying BRD. I think BRD would be a really cool one because it's a lower level dungeon.
Massive too.
But it's massive.
So many places to go.
There's so much trash you can skip, even just at max level. Like, not having to use invis pots or trinkets or anything like that. There's a lot of stuff that you can skip. So I think it would come down to the requirements that we implement. Because if all we say is you kill Emperor, then it's a jump run. But if we throw in there that you have to kill certain bosses, and that forces people to really practice their routing and understand how the whole instance is tied together, I think that's where BRD could get really fun. So I don't know. That's another one that I think has a lot of potential to be really cool. But the more rules that you put into these, I feel like the less people are interested in like doing them, because it requires them to put in extra practice and prep time in order to figure out, like, okay, this isn't just us running this dungeon for speed. It's also figuring out like how to run it for speed in this rule set. So I'm beginning to recognize that more as we do more of these competitions, and I'm trying to find a good balance.
BRD is an interesting one, because one thing we saw in the very first competition that was utilized quite a bit in Skolo was reset spots. There's a lot of reset spots, and that's something we haven't really seen any teams try to utilize in the last couple competitions, including today. But when you get into instances like BRD, there's some pretty notable ones that are well utilized, depending also on, again, what boss and what path things you go for. So it'll be kind of interesting trying out some of those other instances where reset spots, as well as getting past them and just kind of navigating in unique ways, could be a big differentiator versus Strat and Skolo. There's a relatively linear pathing you kind of have to do, but when you get into something like BRD or Blackrock Spire, it kind of opens it up quite a bit.
Yeah, for anyone who missed it, so the first dungeon speedrun competition we did was just on the server that I play on. It was just on Stalag. I think we had like a 5,000 gold prize pool, something like that, and it was a Skolomance. So with some extra requirements, I think I required Jandis and Roz, Frost Whisperer, and the big wrench that I threw in was that I didn't tell teams what the dungeon was until the night before. So any class comp, I think we allowed full world buffs. I think we didn't allow, there were a couple consumable restrictions, but for the most part it was
no invis pots was like the main thing.
Yeah, no invis pots, which in hindsight, like I could take or leave that thing, but the Skolar runs were a ton of fun. I think it was for a lot of teams that did it. It was the first time they ever did like a dungeon speedrun in Classic. Shrek might be able to attest to that because he participated.
It definitely was. Outside of like a 40-man attempted, speedrun, it was the first time we ever said, "Hey, we're gonna hop into this dungeon and go fast."
Yeah. So we did a Skolar run. We actually like the VOD of that entire event is on the YouTube channel. And then for the second event, we did DM West. So that one ended up being just absolutely insane. So if you think about DM West, you think about those like pylons that you have to clear in order to bring down the shield on Imulthar. And some of the teams a lot of the teams just, they zugged hard, and they just ran through and cleared the pylons as quick as they could, and then just like pushed through to Imulthar and then the Prince. But a couple teams got very, very creative about how to pull multiple pylons together, and actually how to pull the two pylons up top to the final pylons inside the room. So we've done a lot of cool and interesting things. I think that it's just like, it makes you think about these dungeons differently. So when I think about like future dungeon runs, like a BRD, like a full Blackrock Spire, I'm excited about the possibility, but I also recognize that it's a lot of time and effort for teams to theory craft how to do these things. So we're always trying to balance that out as best that we can and still make it fun, not make it like too much trouble, I guess, for teams to figure out like, oh man, this is just going to be a nightmare no matter what we do type of thing.
Yeah, and it's funny because this game has been min-maxed all over the place. A lot of people just say Classic's been solved. There's really not that much more to figure out about it. And you look at the 40-man raids, and people are still figuring out new things, trying different strategies, but the level of min-maxing is insane, and just trying to milk seconds out of hour-long, instances that become less than an hour. And then you look at this whole division of arguably the biggest part of Classic and a lot of WoW's content is the 5-10-man dungeons. And the majority of the people have not min-maxed them at all, even 15 years later. There's really nobody's looked at it and really tried hard to figure out how can we do this as fast as humanly possible. And it's pretty fun. I think it's just because you're not getting the most bits of loot or whatever, people kind of disregard them at times. But there's something super fun about going and revisiting these old instances. And, I think one of the things people talk about when they talk about wanting that sweet, fresh server is getting to do those low-level dungeons too. Yeah. That you really miss out on once servers kind of hit a point of maturity. So it's really fun to see what people do with that min-maxing culture when they bring it to these goofy little dungeons that by no means need to be min-maxed either.
Yeah. Man, I would love to figure out a way to incorporate more of the low-level dungeons. Not just, I think it's easy to say like, oh, you do kind of what like I was talking about earlier. It might have even been before your run. I was talking about how I think the hardcore community is playing around with doing events where like you start at level 1 and the goal is to like level up and clear like an RFC or Wailing Caverns or a Dead Mines, which I think is really cool, but I think it still leaves all of those mid-level dungeons. And finding a way to actually have competitions where teams are clearing those at level, that's just super tough. I don't know. That might be something where we spitball it for a bit just to see like, how can we set something like that up? What kind of rule set do we need to do?
We need to find those twink god X's, out there that just want to say, I'm not going to sit in that BG and risk. They're going to risk getting that level up, but they're in it to win it. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like the teams are close. I've got a couple streams to choose from, actually. So I'll go ahead. I'll get one of these pulled up.
I'm assuming this priest that they're going to have is a dwarf priest because they're alliance. And
would make sense, yeah.
If you're a alliance and not a dwarf priest, you're basically griefing yourself.
You're basically, yeah, you are putting yourself at a disadvantage by doing that.
So having that fear word is going to be super clutch. Again, the warriors won't really need to rely on it, but again, there's a few sections that we've already seen people get feared and pull some extra paths. So that's one element that they'll be able to bring to the table that none of the groups have quite yet. I don't think we had a dwarf in the last run. Oh, he's got the Nomergon hat. I'm already liking what I'm seeing. Is that? I think that's the Nomergon hat.
I think so. I would assume.
The one that does a ton of AoE damage.
All right, they're going. They're getting ready. Maybe log in, get like the last buff or two, but then they should be good to go. So I've got sound up. I don't have any audio from them, unfortunately. Maybe I can play audio through from their other streamer. No, I don't think he has audio set up either. So I'll just have that one as a backup.
They're just reset. Quick reset.
Quick reset. Doing a quick check, see where those patrols are at.
Yeah, that's what we talked about with those mind visions. They're able to see where they are and try for another. Some interesting gear. A little bit definitely under-geared from the weapon side from what I can tell on the warriors compared to the warriors that we've been seeing running through with Mitabenethals and Gressels and a billion THCs. It looks like we got some ZG weapons as well as a Perditions from what I can see, and maybe some axes actually on the human male.
Yeah. It sounds like they're gonna fix a couple things here and then they'll be ready to go. So I think he paused or turned off his stream for the time being, but we'll just sit here. We'll wait. So this is gonna be, just to refresh, this is a 3 warrior, 1 mage, 1 priest run. And
the mage has DMF. So this is the first person we've seen with DMF for
1 to 10 had it.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot. He got blasted.
he got Shrek'd, as they say. But
yeah.
It wasn't by you. It was one of his own. They also
they've got
have
illegal buffs and rend.
Yeah, they've got sand buff. They've got looks like they have a greater nature popped, a greater shadow popped, a greater frost popped.
Mark of the champion. You don't see a lot of those these days.
Yeah.
Save the mark of the champion for it.
These guys have, this mage at least. This mage at least is buffed and ready to go. Distilled wisdom. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Distilled wisdom on the mage.
So for our mage, we actually gave him Titans. Wisdom may have potentially been better from the standpoint of just he definitely was having a little bit of mana issues in a couple sections, but we went with the flask because there was a couple areas where he was just getting popped like pretty hard. So we also just had more flasks of Titans also readily available, but I don't know what would have been the better play. Obviously, I have a feeling these guys are going to do a bunch of chain pulls with the mage. I wouldn't be surprised if we even potentially see the mage cut to the left and clear a path for them solo right off the bat. Maybe something we see, and then they just go do traditional undead. I'm not sure. It is exciting, though, because it looks like we're going to get the mage perspective, which is what we haven't had quite yet. And so it'll be nice to see what they're kind of doing and if there's any kind of intriguing pathing or pulls they're going for, which I'm assuming they have to be if they're refixing a couple things.
Yeah, we'll see. So it sounds like they're still trying to get stuff set up here. It should be fine though, because we've got this built-in timer, this built-in like block of time. They should be okay. Mage only has 4,500 HP. That's true. Not a lot of HP, but yeah, he still needs a 4 buff for sure. Be crazy if he uses Distilled Wisdom as mana potions. I mean, that is a potential. I don't know. I think with like in general mana conservation, like mages have a harder time than any of the healers are gonna have, right? Like the mages are just gonna be running super low on mana throughout this because they're just dumping it.
It is 100% a struggle. The Alliance side do get Blessing of Wisdom, which is a nice little extra boost of mana for them. I mean, we had Mana Tides pretty much getting rotated on cooldown for our group, which was definitely a big boost. But again, mages were just always tapped for mana. So we'll see. But yeah, New Ring, he does have the mark of the champion, I believe it's called, and
right up here,
rocking
50s.
the speed Zanzas as well. So
yep.
It looks like they are a deep frost spec from what I can tell, or relatively deep for this, based on what I can see on their bar. Oh no, they've got Blast Wave. What am I talking about?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like
sorry,
it'd be better to be not full frost.
But it looks like they've got Cold Snap too, though. So I'm curious what kind of spec they went for this. As people pointed out, though, they are missing for 2 minutes on mark, so I'm sure they're just getting some of these buffs topped up. Probably even some of these paladin buffs, since they're getting down to 4 minutes or less. And who knows? Yeah. Maybe they've got a 4-minute run for us, but I'm willing to bet that they want to top themselves a little bit more.
Yeah. They're doing a couple more logistics things here.
Yeah, and I was completely wrong. I saw Cold Snap and assumed that he was Deep Frost, and then yeah, he's clearly got Combustion and Blast Wave. A few other tricks up there.
So this is going to be our second to last run of the day. We've got one more run after this, the Night Elf Male Pumpers, which is going to be another 3 warrior, 1 rogue paladin run. So similar to the run that we saw earlier. We didn't see a lot of rogue stuff out of that earlier rogue run. At least not as much as we kind of hoped for. So I'm interested to see once we get to that final run what they're able to do with that rogue, if they're able to do some of those like crazy things that we brought up.
I'm really just curious to see how many flips the Night Elf males are able to execute over the course of the run. We could try to keep a flip counter going, because honestly, if you're not flipping, why are you rolling as a Night Elf male? Yeah. Shadow Meld, don't get me wrong, it's pretty cool for RPing, but the flips though.
Oh yeah. We're gonna need help from chat on that one to just track the flips.
Yeah, if you guys are having, a little bit of an afternoon brunch, drinking a mimosa, make a drinking game out of it.
Yeah.
Every flip, take a drink.
Every flip. Flips per second, FPS? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you're good. You're good, Blot. Absolutely, you're fine. Thanks for streaming earlier. Blot was on which team? He was the German team. They went earlier, so thank you for being here. Thank you again for all the competitors, all you guys that are still sticking around and hanging out, like
you're all champions.
Oh yeah, every single one of you in my book is just the best person of the day, because you've signed up, you've put in the time and effort to buff, to use consumables, to do all the prep work. So I appreciate all you guys. This whole thing wouldn't happen without you competitors. So thank you all again. I'm not super worried about them starting late because, again, I think that they're just going to cruise through here. I don't think that we're going to run into any sort of time problem. I just want to make sure, I do want to make sure like the teams feel like confident coming into this, that they don't feel rushed, that they don't feel like they were in any less of a position just because of timings.
Yeah, I mean, there's, as we talked about, there's just a ton of preparation that goes into any speed run, and I know there's things that we would have liked to have done. Like I would have liked to have gotten a soul stone on everybody, so that way that Rager didn't, we just didn't really end up having time to do all those things.
Yeah.
But if you've got an extra couple minutes and want it so you can get topped up on buffs, get an extra health stone out, whatever. Yeah.
Thank you, audience, by the way. Thanks, PJ, for that reminder. The biggest problem is that the ghouls have stealth detect. Ah, okay, that makes sense. I assumed the gargoyles had stealth detection, but I didn't know that the ghouls did as well. Absurd stealth detection is what we're being told now. Okay. That does limit it quite a bit. I think that more so what we're looking for from the rogues isn't necessarily like stealthing through and soloing stuff. It's more like gathering up, like popping a sprint and a FAP or a lip and just grabbing a bunch of trash and then letting your group run by without getting into combat and then vanishing it off. And then I guess at that point, like the rogue is kind of stuck. But if you do that in the right spot, like even going through dead side, there might be a way for the rogue to still catch up to you. Or if you do it at the right spot near like the end, whether, maybe you're doing it on live side where they don't have stealth detection, or even if they do, it's enough to get your team all the way to Balnazar to kill Balnazar. Like that's...
Well, we talked about live section specifically for the rogue. I always envisioned live section because of the gargoyles being an issue. There's not a lot of gargoyles on the way to live side, or even in the cathedral, there's 0 gargoyles. And those mobs don't really have increased stealth detection. They're just humanoids. So those are the areas that when I originally kind of proposed for some rogue stuff to go down, that's where I was thinking. Because, yeah, the whole section undead, rogues can get pretty scuffed pretty quick.
Yeah. Someone's pointing out, like, a rogue can basically go around all of Naxx stealthed with no problems, but you come into UD Strat and it's like you can't go anywhere. Everything sees you, which is pretty funny.
And I totally respect and appreciate that side of, well, we just didn't have the people who wanted to do it. We're not necessarily the ideal comp, but you're always going to rather take somebody who's committed and wants to do an event rather than somebody because they fit the exact comp you're going for.
Yeah.
We definitely ran into some struggles where there's some people that I had to turn away because we were pushing for a little bit more of a specific comp. And we got lucky because all the people that ended up signing on were fully on board and absolutely had a blast doing it and excited to do it again in the future. But, not every team, not every server has that benefit of being able to find someone, especially last minute if they had somebody who had to drop. So I totally respect and get where that.
Oh, man, yeah. And I
come to a head sometimes.
I'm absolutely thankful of teams that are willing to, like you guys. I know you had some issues with someone dropping out last second and being able to scramble and put people together. I truly do appreciate that too, coming from like a organizer standpoint. Like you guys took it upon yourselves and you got it going. All right.
Our shaman's wife's boyfriend is how we put it.
Yeah. All right, so these guys, looks like they are getting ready.
Trade in the Petries. Oh boy, here we go.
Ooh. These guys came to play.
We've seen 1 Petri popped. If they get up to 7, logs are just no longer verified.
All right. I'm ready to start the timer. I'm sure he's going to be good about starting the timer.
Yeah, what kind of idiot doesn't start the timer?
I'm not even trying to hammer the point home. It's just doing it on its own. All right. And we go. Ooh, we have some sound, but it's very low. I have the sound maxed out here, so we'll get a little bit of sound from this stream. axe helmet on non-bosses. All right, so big pull here. Mage is immediately going for this. Wow, they're just like, and 2 warriors? Who's killing the mobs?
It looks like
nobody.
They're just corralling them right now. They're not killing anything.
They already doing stuff. Already the cojones on these.
Already
drones.
making plays.
What is happening? Okay, so was that popped a bunch of faps?
There's the faps going.
Mage pulled more. Oh my god.
Dude, this is a giga.
What is this, dude?
This is everything.
This is everything. Like,
we've got a damage meter too. Here comes the flame strike.
Except the damage meter started like 2 minutes ago, so it's just not going to be accurate at all. Petri Flask already from the mage.
Oh.
And we don't have... Oh no, is the priest actually dead? Priest is dead, warrior's dead, mage is dead. Oh my god.
Oh man, they
oh
went
my
for it.
God.
They were 2 seconds from greatness.
I don't know.
Dude, the balls.
The
giant
balls. I was like, oh my. If they... I don't even know.
I want to know, like, what the next pull was. Like, where were they going after that? Oh, man. Just, yeah, as PJ said, they tripped right over him.
I'm double checking. I don't know if they're gonna. That's it. They're calling it. Jeez. I'm asking if they have any sort of video of that pull working, because that was insane.
They had most of it down. There was really only a couple things left.
That was so close. That would have been, jeez. Now it's one of those like, what could have been? What could that have been? Oh my gosh.
We knew we were in for a treat.
Yeah.
Right now. And the second they started moving, we knew they were up to something, but such a bummer. And like, we've seen so many guilds that try to execute those kinds of pulls and knacks, and it's literally micro positioning changes that can be the difference between death and not.
Yeah.
Like in terms of just being able to get everything properly sappered or everything in the flame strike. And if a couple things don't go down at once, you're left exposed. So
yeah. Man.
So close.
Go big and die quick. I mean, geez. That was ridiculous. I might be able to... Oh, he's got... Hold on one sec.
So unfortunate, man. So unfortunate. Again, this is why we do it live.
Yeah. So
these things happen. Like,
they are gonna... Here we go. They're gonna show... They actually have video, I guess, of them pulling this off. So... Unfortunately, like for the purposes of this competition, like it's they're out. They're calling it, but I think he might be showing. They did successfully do this poll on PTR, so we might be able to see that here real quick.
Everybody seems to be missing a run by going to the bathroom. They're just that quick, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that pull in particular, right?
It was over in 1:10.
That was, yeah. I mean, that was gonna be insane. I'm trying to. We'll see here if we can get things set up here.
You hate to see it, man. You hate to see it.
They were destined for greatness. Absolutely.
It was like watching Icarus just fly too high to the sun and just watching the wings melt. Like,
see if I can't. I think he's gonna show it on his stream. I'm just trying to get this stuff set back up. We've got about 12 minutes until our last team. I know that they're already set and ready to go, so we are just sort of like, I just want to see this poll make it and see how close it was. World record to death in front of first boss. Yeah, I mean that was a giga pull. That was insane. That was more than anyone had attempted all day today. Which makes me wonder, like
a long shot.
Yeah,
not even close.
That was going to be insane, which makes me so sad because it's like if they're gonna do that there, what else were they gonna do throughout the run? That's not how we planned for it. Yeah, I'm guessing that was not the case. Yeah.
Rough, man.
Super rough. Rip my dudes. Gosh, that would have been. I wish it had gone through. I just want to see.
I hope you guys go do it on a PTR run and send the full recording or something for the whole run.
Yeah, absolutely. Post it the whole, like if you guys have video of a full successful run, even if it's PTR, just like post it.
You could lose the
Discord.
competition and win the leaderboard.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Please send footage. Yeah, post it. I mean, you can, if you have links to it, you can post it in the chat here, or you can post it in the Classic Dungeon Speed Discord. You just can't get it to work right now. Yeah, it's okay. We're probably gonna have to move on to the next run. But yeah, if you guys have a link, like absolutely feel free to post the link in the chat. I'm sure plenty of people would be willing to go and watch that in this next like 10 minutes that we have before the final run. Oh, jeez. So that was returned.
Hopefully they'll be returning with some footage of that pull.
Yeah, hopefully. Oh, it works now? Okay, hold on.
Awesome. See, I just had to... It's classic. In classic, if you bitch about something, you get it. That's what I discovered.
Okay. We're getting it back. Here we are. Whenever you guys are ready, you can go ahead and hit play. So this is... this is a successful version of this. So they grabbed the 3 packs from the start. Oh, okay. So this is from the actual start. Start. No sound again, unfortunately. Shields up. Mage going straight for the gate. This is where we knew stuff was going down right away, when you've got multiple people trying to open the gate. Mage trying to get the Frost Nova off. Oh boy. See, like, Banshee, Spider, Gargoyle, another Spider, Ghouls, more Ghouls.
So they definitely
Casters.
They use the FAPs to mitigate the web wrap, which is a really frustrating mechanic. We had a few times where we got caught in web wraps and had to try to pull things over so people could actually DPS.
So this is Big Boy Flame Strike. He popped trinkets and everything. He hasn't even... So here he popped a Petri. I assume this was on... Yeah, so on their practice run, look at how much, like... Yeah, it's all dead. No problems. Absolutely insane. And then they just clean it up.
They didn't even take that much damage during that pull.
No, they didn't. Like, so that's like exactly what you talked about, Shrek. Like, is the difference of probably like a second or two, and like, you know, the group, it all getting grouped up slightly faster, slightly slower, just changes like to such a degree how much damage you're taking. Gosh, that was insane. You know, so there, yeah. And then from here, it's just like you run straight to Baroness, right? Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and it's interesting because this is arguably our least geared group of the groups that have gone so far, too.
Yeah, we're not looking at multiple people with Gressel and Hungering
I don't think I
Golds.
see any next gear right now. Like, he's got like some ZG gear right now on it, on this guy.
Insane. Jeez. He's clicking. What an owner.
He's just watching.
Yeah.
So the mage didn't even come for the Baroness, which is maybe just he gets his maned up, and then they don't have to worry about. I mean, they didn't see an MC clearly, but
yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and so we've got about 6 minutes until this next run goes. I'll keep letting this run. I know the next group is
oh, they hadn't killed Baroness yet.
Oh, so they waited. Okay. But I'll let Shrek kind of talk through what's going on here while I use the little boy's room.
So get that mage doing that same thing that our mage was doing, just clearing the ziggurats while the warriors are charging ahead and blasting. Mr. Fat Kid Stupid Face asked, did any team beat Zoo yet? No. So we are watching a VOD from the team return who just went. They tried the craziest pull we have seen yet, and unfortunately weren't able to pull it off, but we're watching one of their runs where they were able to. So we're kind of getting a taste for what we would have seen. Yeah, so from return, is there anything too different from okay, now we're going to the live side, cool. I'm assuming the rest of the run was fairly standard from there and there wasn't anything crazy. And by rest of the run, I mean the rest of the undead section was relatively standard. So here they are, they've got all the stuff leading up to Unforgiven, skipping into the pack just after Unforgiven, and then they're going to pick this one up. Oh, they're going to keep going. Oh, this is another big boy pull we got on our hands.
Oh, we've got a live poll as well?
Yeah, so they cut ahead to the live poll, and now we're seeing the live Giga poll. Oh, they're even getting... Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, man, the knockbacks alone would drive me insane here.
This is... I mean, they're getting this corner. This is like one of the best line of sight spots,
so they're
honestly, in Strat.
Oh, no, it's loading. So they're at 10 minutes right now. Which makes me... I mean, so the fastest team was 10:30.
10:50. Oh, that was 10:50. Yeah.
10:35, I want to say.
Yeah, 10:35. So.
Still super crazy. I wonder, yeah, because this was still in practice that they were getting this done.
So I guess if we're assuming, I mean, we'll see where they finish out on here. I'm assuming they're about to pop some invis pots. Oh, no, we're just killing these.
The next group is set and ready to go. So I don't want to wait.
I mean, we've always talked about it. It's that preparation and again, coordination is going to beat out raw output. It doesn't look like it would have won out today.
Not unless they did, unless their actual run like shaved off some extra time.
Yeah,
this definitely would have been
shave a full minute though at this point.
Yeah, this definitely would have been probably the most exciting run of the day.
I would agree with that. But again, it just looks like we've usually said that Finesse has been beating out the Zug. It looks like maybe for Stratholme that just pure unadulterated Zug may be the winner right now. But we got one more group to go, so anything could happen.
All right, so at this point, so this last team is telling me they have 2 streamers, and it's because their group is going to be splitting up. So,
ooh, double vision.
Double vision. So I'm gonna try to have. I'm gonna do my absolute best, guys, to be tracking both squads.
Of a SEAL Team 2 for this one.
Yeah, apparently SEAL Team 2. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to do everything I can to track both teams here and swap between the 2 of them as we go. We'll see. I might have to, on the fly, set up some Streamlabs stuff. Oh, OEJ is going to have... Okay, so OEJ, the stream that we're on right now, is going to have both the streams on it. But even then, it's stuff...
Rogue POV. I'm excited. Looks like we might see some Rogue stuff yet.
Dude. Fantastic. Oh, we're just moving around. Oh, what's... Well, he's got... That's High Warlord, right?
Yeah, that's a High Warlord offhand. And then they hatched Asunder Bone main hand.
Nice. Also a gnome. Master race, clearly.
I think they're using Endmasters right now.
Yeah, I think so. I'll let them know that we are ready for them. What is this emote? Ooh. The Relata gnome.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, we got some picture-in-picture.
See a Gressel, and is that an Iblis?
It might be.
Ilbis, whatever. I don't know. How do you pronounce it?
I'm terrible at pronouncing everything all the time, so we'll go with Iblis. So we're gonna have this picture-in-picture here. I'll still have the other stream up in case like crazy stuff starts happening. I don't know what we're looking at here. Oh, getting some extra buffs.
Ooh, getting that lunar buff.
Yep.
Damn, there's the swiftness pots getting traded up. We got a lot of High Warlords in this group, it looks like.
Ooh.
Got a Castergator and...
Where are the Night Elves? I was promised Night Elves for this run.
Yeah, nope. The flips per second.
There's literally going to be zero flips per second.
All the people that thought they were going to get drunk at brunch today
are
going to be sober.
I'm so disappointed. Not really. This looks like it's going to be phenomenal. But still, come on. 0 flips per second incoming.
Got some Diamond Flash sets going. All right, all right. Looks like that warrior's got a Mage Blade with his Diamond Flash set.
Ooh. Our main Daedrin, I don't know if you remember our old main tank. Like, he ended up with a Mage Blade. We just had so many drops.
I remember Daedrin.
All right.
That was a very juiced Paladin.
Pulling out the candies.
Full beefy boy gear.
So what we got? Titans, Zanza, candies, the illegal sand buff.
Yeah, they've got Fear Ward put on them ahead of time.
Yep. They got Fear Ward.
We have one Paladin buff
though. They might only have one Paladin buff.
Yeah, I think they only have Kings on right now. I don't think they got Might.
Wow. Okay. Okay, starting. I've got a timer going. Don't worry, everybody. Is there sound? No, there's no sound. Okay.
They've only got 8 minutes on their shadow protection, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Going live? Okay, so
the Rogue's already sprinted off.
The Rogue is over towards live.
So interesting. So the Rogue went left side of the fountain. Did not go the route that we've been seeing groups go.
Yep, this is already completely different. Already completely different than what we've seen today.
They're going on the right side of the fountain. or at least partially. It doesn't look like it looks like they're stopping there. The
Big
rogue's
pull.
petried.
Very, very big pull. So the rogue is with him right now.
Yeah, rogue's damaging now.
At least cut off the sleeves. If you guys want the gun show, you got to show up to the other streams. That's all I'm going to say. Possibly on other platforms. Wink, wink. Eyebrows, eyebrows.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I thought the rogue went to the left side of the fountain. It looks like he did go to the right, though.
Yeah, I think the rogue is
the path they're going now.
The rogue is currently with them. I wonder.
Yeah.
I mean, there's gonna be shenanigans. Going live side.
So it's interesting. So if they go live side first, they're not going to be able to invis pot, just straight through. So we're gonna have to see how they're gonna get back out.
Maybe that's where the rogue comes into play.
He just solos all of undead.
Well, yeah, basically that's where I'm going with it. Yeah,
rogue just got X.
Just doing it one at a time. He's not even over there right now, and he's gonna be able to solo all of undead.
He's putting that Gressel into work. There's a reason he got it.
So we are currently. I'll keep track of this time. We're 2 minutes in. None of this helps because we don't have any reference for teams going live side first. Okay.
It could be that the rogue's just going to solo the last boss.
Yeah.
They're clearing to it, and then rogue just goes in and finishes the rest of it.
Look at this. Looks like everyone's going back except the rogue. The rogue is currently stealthing. He's got that skull on. So if you guys can't, here, let me adjust. Here we go. You guys get a better image of what's going on.
It looks like he's popping a couple things right now.
Rogue is moving through. The rest of the team heading over to dead side now. I mean, I don't think I'm going to eat my own words, but like, I didn't know that a rogue could solo Balthazar.
Evasion OP, dude.
Yeah, I guess so.
You'll see it in Illidan when they're tanking Illidan.
Yeah, I guess so. Jeez. Okay. Rogue is inside Cathedral.
You know, we talked about this as a potential, but like I honestly I didn't feel confident that a rogue would be able. The other thing too, the two rogues that we were talking about that would have done it were both dagger rogues. And
yeah,
that's a tall order, I think.
Yeah, I don't think that's doable.
It's
okay,
true.
So the dead side, they are doing. Gosh, I wasn't even paying attention. I'm looking at that little rogue perspective. It looks like they're going to Narub first.
Yeah.
They're getting a bunch of gargoyles. Casual four-manning. Rogue is still working his way through. He's at the gate right now. So the interior gate.
So this is interesting because he's going to have to get out of. I think he has to get out of stealth to open the door.
Yeah, I think when you start interacting with something, it brings you out of stealth. So he's going to have to figure out. He's going to have to do something to get this gate open. He's putting on poisons. Dummy, open, vanish. Yeah, could be. Could be a target dummy.
The anticipation is palpable.
Oh, man. What is he waiting for, I wonder? Cooldowns of some kind? It could be that he had to pop Vanish earlier, and he's got a Vanish CD.
I don't know if it's maybe his sprint's not up, because he did have to pop sprint to get those packs earlier.
Yeah, yeah. So again, guys,
he may also just really want me to look at a really small screen.
We're at 4 minutes, 50 seconds. He's just... Oh, what is... Gosh.
And this is their big bet here.
The tension.
I'm just sweating, and it's not meat sweats.
Okay, he threw out a distract. He popped. Okay, so he distracted, he sapped, he slumber sand, he blinded, he dropped a target dummy. Opened up the door. He's going through, I assume, vanish. He probably has to wait for the target dummy to go down.
Wow. That's
Vanish.
a lot of...
Jeez.
That's some rogue move. That's being a rogue right there.
Oh, man. So that's like, if he doesn't
That is the
CC...
rogue stuff we've been talking about.
Yeah, exactly. If he doesn't CC, I think they just kill the target dummy too fast, and he doesn't get the door open. So he has to execute all 3 of those different CCs. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. Now he's continuing to stealth through. Meanwhile, dead side, they've got Baroness done. They're heading through to the last ziggurat.
In the last hallway leading to
he's
Balthazar
popping
now.
a Sheen of Zanza. So reflection.
Oh, can you I think that's for the slumber, potentially.
Ooh, yeah. Because that feels like that would almost be certain death if that goes off after your... Because I don't even think evasion's going to last the whole time, right?
I don't know. We're about to see what this guy's about to pull out from a DPS perspective. I mean, he is fully buffed up, rocking BIS weapons, basically. So this is going to just be pretty much as hard as a rogue can possibly go.
Man. And it's important to know, like, the dead side team, like, they're moving. There's a chance that these like kills end up very close to one another. So it's not like the rogue is able to take his time here. Like, he's very much got to be like doing things at the right time depending on these patrols. Otherwise, he ends up slowing the entire run down.
Is he going to try to vanish and batch the stun? Is he waiting for a vanish?
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
He's getting food buffs up. He's popping more consumes.
So we've just cleared the 3rd ziggurat, and they're actually... It looks like they're... Okay, yeah, they're going around... This is kind of an interesting pathing in itself, because they're going to cut around the opposite side of the fountain. I really don't know why they wouldn't have just gone through the gate at that point, almost.
Yeah.
If they're going to choose to clear this section, you're going to have to do that if you're coming from the gate anyway, and it feels like it just...
It looks like they're trying really, really hard not to pull those extra mobs. And I wonder, like, at what point is, like... this careful positioning gonna just slow you down more than save you time?
Ooh, okay. That was a little threading of the needle across the
yeah.
But now they're gonna go for a big pull. Now they're definitely not avoiding those banshees.
Okay, the rogue is... He's
and
popping.
It's interesting because those are the banshees. Ooh, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Those banshees are what I talked about earlier, are the ones that you can get RNG'd with their pathing and pull on your way back if you're running back or if someone's running through. So it's interesting that they just, rather than, even though they're totally skippable, they just went right for it.
Oh my gosh. He's just...
making sure his auto loot's on, I think. Got to make sure he picks up those dang loots quick.
There's a 1 minute CD, but I think it's just on blind. There's a 2 minute CD on potion. But I think he popped a superior defense, right? Or an armor pot, right?
I'm pulling up his specific stream to try to...
Yeah, here, I'll link this in the chat just so, like, anyone who wants to just watch this... Stone Shield, thank you, PJ. That's just the rogue stream.
So he just put an elixir of demon slaying on, is one of the big things he just popped. So it's a 5 minute CD, but you'll see these coming into TBC, but I think it's...
Okay, here he goes. Rogue going in. He pickpocketed him. All right, rogue is going in.
So the elixir of demon slaying, that's 265 attack power. He's putting up target dummies, it looks like. Or was that? No.
He put one out now. So the target dummy absorbing a bunch of damage here. I think now he's just pushing for the stun. Stun goes out. Ooh, taking 1,000 damage crit to start. I don't think he's had to use evasion yet.
Yeah.
Now he's using evasion.
There it is. He's going to bring this one home.
He's pumping damage.
Got Jom running right now, as well as his AR and Blade Fury, or Slice and Dice, sorry. So he's
as long as he doesn't eat anything unnecessary. The jumps.
His evasion just ran out.
Yeah, evasion's out. He's got...
Oh, he gets feared, though.
There's a fear. Don't go out the door.
Oh!
He's coming back in. Balnazar down. Okay, so they are at...
Oh, and he gets his vestments.
So they are... Barons also currently happening. They're still at... Oh my gosh. I don't even want to say. They're pushing now. The 4-man team. Barons at like sub 20%.
Dude. Boy. There's a white knuckler.
So guys, after all of that, the timer reads 10 minutes, 56 seconds.
Ooh. Wow.
So
insane. That's unreal.
That was obviously the craziest strategy that we've seen all day, and gosh, it was not enough.
We were asking for rogue stuff.
We were
all day.
We were.
We've been asking for it. We wanted it, and we got it. That was some big plays from that rogue. Big carry from him.
That fucking horde boss dude. The Zug. I don't know where you speed any of that up.
Yeah,
that's
he's
crazy.
saying the horde buff, the Barons buff.
Oh, the Barons buffs. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that was an insane run though, guys. Absolutely insane. That was a super unique strategy. Here,
I believe you once quoted, "Life's a game of inches."
That is me. That is my quote.
That was an original Duranasaur quote, as a matter of fact. Yeah, that was that. It just goes to show how many inches. It was 20 seconds was the difference.
Yeah. I'll get these standings updated for you guys. Oh man. That came down to the wire. Absolutely insane. So that was 10:55.
I mean, as you said, Baron buff is not an inch. It's a big buff, especially when your run is 10 minutes total to begin with. But I more meant inches in terms of just time difference. It's just so minuscule.
Yeah. All right, I almost have this set up ready to go, guys. I believe this is our final standings for the day. Zoo, the Horde group. Just to remind you guys about which team was what. Zoo was our third team to go today. They were a 4-warrior, 1 shaman Zug group that came in and absolutely blasted. They were the group that pioneered basically like, let's pull all of Cathedral and just kill the boss before we die. All of them died the second after Balnazar went down, but they were able to kill him just in time. They got a run of 10 minutes, 36 seconds. And then unfortunately Legalized Plague Bloom came in, tried to do the exact same thing, ended up dying at Balnazar, at that like 12:20 mark. And then
they likely would have edged out Danger Dolls if they had just been able to get that push through.
Yeah,
Tough.
so
would have been in the money.
Our final, so Legalized Plague Bloom definitely would have been in the money. We got to see a little bit of what Return had in store. There's a good chance Return would have ended up in that top 3 spot as well if their run had gone the way that they wanted it to. This came down to execution in the live scenario, right? And Zoo executed super well. Those Night Elf male pumpers that coming in with that crazy strategy, so close. They could have been the Barons buffs that edged them out. It could have just been I don't even know. I don't know what else they do in that situation. It seems like the Rogue basically did everything perfectly. The Rogue got Balnazar down before the Dead Side team was able to get it down. But even that, I don't know how the Dead Side team speeds up.
Baron buff was big. It's big for damage mitigation, but again, there was never really a point that I could see that they were really in danger from a damage taking standpoint. Really, their limiter was how much damage they could put out by losing a member of their team to go clear out that live side, which 100% saves them a ton of time, and as well as they didn't have to use invis pots, etc., etc. But The Baron buffs, while huge, I don't know if that would have I mean, the movement speed would have helped them a little bit in the transition, getting from live back to undead side. So that may have saved them. That may have saved them 10, 15 seconds. So pretty close to what the time was. But really, one of their biggest time saves would have been trying to able to pump out just a little bit more damage to get through that undead side a little quicker.
Yeah, yeah. And it's just so close. I reached out to Zoo to see if we could get a winner's interview. They were one of the teams that I think they might actually be running. They might be raiding as we speak. Like they had to fit this run in right before a raid. I think that some of them even are running the raid on those characters. So if they had died in their speed run, they would have shown up to raid without like any world buffs or anything like that. So
well, didn't they? They did die at the end.
Oh, that's true. All of them did die. You're right.
So they had to rebuff.
Yeah, that's true. So, it sounds like they might be done with raid. We'll see if we can get them in.
Holy shnikes.
Thank you guys for the follows. Gosh, that was insane. That last run was absolutely a perfect run to have as the last one. Thank you guys so much. Nelf Male Pumpers, you guys coming in with those like just ridiculous strategies to try to make this happen. I'm gonna try to see if I can get them in here. It looks like we have the team captain and a couple others. I'll drag them down. Hello, guys.
Hey. Hello.
Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not only did you guys go third, you maintained and hung on to that spot for all of the rest of the runs. You guys impressed. Like the fastest run before you guys went was like 6 minutes slower than you guys. So you guys put up that 10:35. It was absolutely crazy. Did you guys feel confident at that point? Like, okay, we won today, or were you guys worried?
After us, like copy our strat, then we thought like maybe it was kind of like bad to go early, but yeah, I was kind of confident the whole time.
I was a little bit scared that some team was gonna come in with like a pumper strat and DMF. I guess there was a team actually, but I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what happened because I was killing KT at the time, but
yeah, you guys
was kind of crazy.
I'm busy breaking world records and killing the final boss of the game. Don't mind me.
Yeah, you guys it's tough scheduling these things. I know you guys were like, hey, we need to go at this certain time because we have to raid. So like literally, this team Zoo, they ran this dungeon speed run and then they like had to go and they had to go raid next like right afterwards. So these guys have been. I don't even know if you guys got to watch, like you said, very many of the runs after you, but you guys definitely crushed it before the majority of teams even went. And yeah, the team that went right after you guys, they tried to emulate your strategy, but they hadn't practiced it. So
you mentioned you guys were able to batch him before the stun goes out. Were you able to do that consistently in your guys' practice runs, or was it kind of a 50-50?
No, basically every try that we had 4 warriors on Duranasaur, we killed it. So it's kind of unlucky on live actually, but I mean, did it really matter?
I guess not. No.
Yeah, you guys were just pumping unreal DPS that entire time, just absolutely blasting. How did that compare to your practice runs? Was that your best time yet, or was that middle of the road from what you guys have been doing prior?
It was the best by. Was it a minute or?
Yeah, I think we did on PTR. We did like 11:15 or something.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. So you had to feel really good coming out of that run, even though you didn't get that batch. Like,
but it's kind of weird with NA ping on PTR. But
oh yeah, that makes sense.
And then we didn't have like the paladin buffs on PTR either. So.
Do you think that factored into it in the PTR because it's the no batch patch? It made it easier to actually batch him because you could get all those executes off, or do you think it was
like Balancer? I don't think saying batching is correct because it's like a internal cooldown or whatever on it. I don't know exact word for it, but it's definitely not batching. You just have to kill him before it transforms. It's not in a batch.
Gotcha.
I think at least. So like because on PTR it wasn't an issue. We killed him every time. But yeah, I mean, we fucked up a bit. Like, I think in general the run was worse, but it was better because we had all the buffs. Like we played without Silitist and everything on PTR, but we did some like ass pulls and yeah.
Yeah, you guys came. I mean, you guys also showed up with all the Barons buffs, and I kind of joked about it after your run. I was like, how many Horde teams right now are getting summons to the Barons to try to do that? And I think maybe some of them did that, but we talked about it too because the group that went after you, like they tried to do what you did, and I think at the end of the day, it came down to the fact that you guys had actually practiced it. So you guys, it was just that comfort level. How many? That's a good question. Is how many like practice runs do you guys think you did?
I think we did like 5 total.
And then
we did 4 last night and 1 today.
Yeah. So did your strategy evolve at all during those runs, or was it pretty static and you just kind of perfected it?
Pretty static, right? Like we kind of every run we just went better and better, found better spots to line of sight to stack them a bit, especially in undead side, and then living side we actually got some. We looked through the like old records, obviously, and copied some strats. I don't remember which team Invis Trinket. But, we changed it obviously a bit, but yeah.
Yeah. So did you guys use some of the runs that were posted on the Discord beforehand to just like the live strat run or like UD strat runs? Did you guys look at those and say like, okay, yeah, we're gonna start there and then we'll come up with our own strategy?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, it worked. It definitely worked.
Yeah.
Thank you guys again for signing up, for being here. I appreciate it. I don't know if Shrek, if you have any more questions about their run, or if anyone in chat has any questions for these guys.
No, I'd just be curious. Was there any areas you mentioned there was a couple things didn't go exactly plan? Was there any areas in particular that you're kind of gritting your teeth a little bit, or were you feeling pretty cozy the whole run?
Well, Im's ass fell on our way back, right?
Yeah.
From UD. That was kind of scary.
Im's ran early because he didn't have any speed items. So he ran early and then he ass pulled. But I mean, it only set us back like 5 seconds or some shit. But
yeah, because you just melted him absolutely.
Yeah.
Just
and then I guess we had one play ghoul before the living side that was a bit scuffed. But yeah, and we didn't have DMF. I guess with DMF we'd easily do sub 10 for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if sub 9 might, maybe. I don't know. It's a lot of running. That's the problem, I guess.
Yeah, buffs don't do anything for that. Did you guys get any good loot off KT today?
Gretzil.
Oh my gosh.
You guys just make it rain loot, and apparently. Wow.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well.
Did one of your guys get on the team get the Gressel to have the
No. It was a bug, sadly. So.
Oh, bummer.
Okay.
Well, dude, that was an amazing run. Thank you again. Anything you guys would like to add, or anything you'd like to say, or any shout outs?
Well, it was fun. Shout out to K-Fund.
Yeah, shout out to K-Fund. Thanks for hosting. It was fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Probably gonna sign again if it happens.
Oh yeah, the plan is to do a few more of these. So I'll be excited to see you guys come in and represent the Horde. We have, I think, in the last one, Alliance just absolutely dominated. So it was really cool seeing a Horde team come in here and just smash.
Yeah, gotta represent the Zug.
Yeah, the Zug.
Eight strong together.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys. I'll be reaching out with your prize money and all that fun stuff.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Thank you guys.
All right. We're definitely gonna do more, guys. The plan is to definitely do more. Thank you all for watching, for everyone that's being here right now, for all of the follows and the subs. Again, like you guys being here and supporting, like this is what makes this happen. This was what makes it a lot more fun for me, and I think for the competitors too, is to have like an audience and to be building this community. So if you're excited about this kind of stuff, come join our Discord. We've got a Discord that's completely devoted to dungeon speedrunning. It's got leaderboards, so even if we're not doing active competitions, you can still compete with one another. You can still see what other people have done, strategies, all that stuff. So come and check that all out. give it a try. Even if you're not fully world buffed, put together a team and go and try to do a dungeon as fast as you can. It's a ton of fun, whether you're fully world buffed or not. And just go in with 5 mains, blast it. I guarantee you're gonna have fun with it. I guarantee it. So I appreciate, again, you all being here. And I'd like to do one last shout out for our sponsor today, warcrafttavern.com. So one of the reasons why we were able to, provide the prize pool that we were able to do this time around was because of warcrafttavern.com. So if you haven't already, please check them out. They provide resources, tools, forums, news, and announcements. They're doing everything. They're providing like a one-stop shop for everything that you need to know about Classic WoW, both the current game and TBC moving forward. So they are just going to be a great spot to have bookmarked. So check them out. But yeah, that's, I think, about all that I have for today. Shrek, thank you for being here. Do you have anything you want to add?
These are so much fun to participate in, to watch, to help cast. So big shout out to the community and everybody involved, the competitors, the audience for watching, allowing these things to happen. Duranasaur, thank you again for organizing this. It's so much fun, and even though we're kind of getting to the an interesting time in Classic where some people are getting a little bit burnt out, it's really fun to do something engaging and new. Or even though it's old, make it a new spin on it. So thanks again. Big shout out again. Can't appreciate enough. And shouts out to warcrafttavern.com for helping support these things. Hopefully we'll have many more in the future and keep growing from there.
Awesome. Perfect. Perfectly said. So again, thank you guys all for being here. That's going to do it for us for today. This event, man, this was one of our, I think, longest events so far. So it was a ton of fun. I stream on this channel. I do, we do these events every once in a while, but I also do other stuff. So if you want to come see me doing other stuff, maybe come talk to me about what buffs I should ban for the next competitions. I already have seen some people talk about that stuff. So come chat with me, come hang out, and keep playing Classic WoW. It's a ton of fun. This is actually like a great time to be playing the game. I know that it's a lot of consumable costs, a lot of other things, but this is when I think you can do the most fun stuff in Classic WoW. So just keep playing, be excited about TBC, about what we're doing, and I think that's going to do it for me for today. Thank you guys again for being here. Have a good rest of your Saturday or weekend or whatever it is. And as always, happy hunting. See you guys.
Bye.